What's up, Banditos? And we're live again, twice, same day. Actually, this is a special stream. I am going to be crossing over back into the UK time zones, European time zones, that is. So that's the intention. That's why we streamed nice and early this morning, so we can get our boys across the pond. And we're gonna do it again. So I'm starting a late stream, hoping to catch them in the morning. So when it's my morning, it's their evening. When it's my, basically midnight, they're popping out of bed. So in a few hours, I hope to catch more people out there in those European time zones. But this is what we're up to today. We're gonna be working on 3 builds, so pull out your notepads, okay? All these builds are gonna help you get set up for next week so you can efficiently farm that zombie event. Let's get to it. What's up, chat? Chickadee chat. We are here live again. What's going on? I'm pumped because I got to work on some builds with you guys today that I think you're gonna love. So let's just get to it, right into it, guys. So let me show you what we're talking about, okay? Let's get on the same page real fast, okay? So next week is Reanimated. Golden Bullet ended, right? So Golden Bullet ended, and so we got Reanimated starting in 6 days. Okay, so it's the last global event of the season, which makes it probably the most important one and I'll tell you why in a second. But it's also one of my favorites, and the reason why is because there's no real downside to this event. There's no real downside. Even if you don't like headshots, just run your whatever assault rifle build. You eventually get somebody with a headshot, whatever. But it's basically a zombie kind of mode, right? If you don't kill the enemies with a headshot, they get back up. But killing enemies with headshots is really easy in this game. Well, you know, I realize some of you might not be practiced with it yet, but it can be really easy. The best builds in this game for me are headshot builds. We got your 1886, your Virginian, which is a named version. You got all of your shotguns, the M870, the Super 90. We did a headshot Super 90 build. The KSG shotgun, you got your Regulus, your Liberty, your Deseros, your Magnums. Like, there's so many headshot builds. All the snipers, the Nemesis, the White Death, the Mantis, right? So, Tip of Spear, TAC 50. Like, there's so many builds you can run for this event. The Eagle Bearer, the Bighorn, right? So, and headshot kills give you more XP, right? And then chain killing with headshots gets you even more XP. And you know what's really cool is you only need 1 bullet to kill an enemy. So you can put on all directives. You got the fastest time to kill in the game. So this is my favorite event, right? Now, just so you know, like for the most part, when I farm events, I farm in the open world. You know, that's what I do. You know, just because I'm having fun while I'm farming. I'm playing. I'm liking the running and gunning and sniping and whatever I'm doing. So. But there's also, you know, you can also do the summit thing if you're really into getting like a shitload of SHD or red stars or whatever. But I'm cool with what I get on the challenges in the open world for the most part. So, especially just because at my stage, I don't really need anything. I'm not really trying to get to level 20 on my expertise either. But some of you are really concerned about that, so I get that. Especially since level 20 is no longer going to be the cap starting on September, 13th. So, the reason why Reanimated is important is because it's the last event. And the reason why being the last event is important is because season 10 is coming, and what comes with season 10 is new exotics, new gear, new brands, right? New gear sets, new named items. And so what you want to do is using the last event, you don't want to open all of your caches. You want to stash them. Okay, so basically every global event gives you that mini rewards track. So don't touch the rewards track, earn it. Don't touch it. By not touching it, when the event ends, it'll automatically put it in your mailbox. So just make sure you have some room in your mailbox. So all this stuff is from global events. That's how it got here. So I didn't touch any of these items, all these named items or whatever. So I'm not going to open them until season 10. And when season 10 comes, I'm going to open these and hopefully get that new gear and god roll versions and whatever. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. And then you're gonna also be farming for red stars, right? All those red stars. Now I know some of you guys are looking to get like exotic components. I get that, and so either way, for me, or even if you are looking for exotic components, don't open those exotic caches. You know, so get red stars, sit on those exotic caches, and then open them in season 10. Hopefully you get the new exotics. If you don't, you're gonna crush it. If you do, you got the new exotic. So, you know what I mean? That's how I got this catharsis mask and whatever. So that's our strategy. Okay, so this week I'm gonna be working on legendary builds, right? So I'm gonna be showing you, showcasing different legendary builds, but also different builds for this upcoming event. Because one, I think it's fun to play a different variety of builds so that you can have like tons of fun. And then, like, you know, because you don't want to run the same build unless you like really love it. But I don't know, I like a variety of builds. So I like to play different variety of builds. I end up probably playing at least 5 or 6 builds throughout an event. But I know some of you are just kind of hesitant with headshot builds. That you know, you're not proud of your aim. And so this build, some of the builds that we're gonna go through today are gonna help you there. And so LeVar Davis, a Virginian armor regen build, as a matter of fact, that's on the list today, and I think it's gonna surprise you, LeVar Davis. So this is our goal for today, is to get through 3 builds. One of them is going to be an armor regen build, and it's actually technically an 1886 armor regen build, but you can use the Virginian if you want to. I just think the 1886 is better than the Virginian. That's right. Event or not, I think the 1886 is better than the Virginian. It offers more flexibility, and we'll get into those details later. But so I'm gonna show you 3 builds today. That's what we're gonna try to get to. That's the goal. And this is the first one. We actually created this one a ways back, maybe like 6-7 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, and I've yet to create a build video on it. I'm actually planning on it. But this is gonna be a really good build for those of you who don't think you have really good aim. Okay, so the idea here is that you got this. Actually, let me switch over to my new build lab. Can we go to the new build lab? Yeah, my new build lab. Okay, so what this build does is basically allows you to get close to the enemy and take lots of damage and buy yourself time to shoot the enemy. That's what the Bulwark Shield is for. Okay, so the Bulwark Shield is gonna buy you time. It doesn't need to be the strongest shield in the game. It just needs to be strong enough for you to land that headshot and to kill him, right? And so the chest is gonna be a constant with a lot of these builds. It's always gonna be Headhunter. That's gonna be the constant all of next week, basically. We're mostly gonna be running Headhunter, but we're also gonna run like Pristine Example and some other things too, but Headhunter will be real common. I think it's the strongest chest piece talent in the game. I really love it. So you can use the Regulus, you can use whatever pistol you want, but with this one you want the Liberty because you're gonna inadvertently miss those headshots and accidentally land body shots, and when you do that, you can also be healing the shield, right? That's what the Liberty does, right? Hits grant 2% weapon damage, stacks up to 30 times, but we're not gonna do bullet body shots on purpose. We're always gonna go for the head. And then those accidental body shots are gonna heal your shield by 3% per stack. So you're gonna average like 2 or 3, you know, so you can be every couple of seconds, you can be healing your shield by 10%. That's a lot. Notice I'm running Technician. Wow, weird, right? Technician on a Headhunter build, that's right. And that's because Sharpshooter doesn't really help pistols. The stability thing doesn't really go to pistols. Try it. Try Sharpshooter on your pistol, try it without, and you'll notice that you can't really tell any stabilized buff. If there is one, it's just not really helping the pistol. I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't. Okay, so Bulwark Shields are bullet magnets. The Catharsis basically sucks on any build that's not a shield build. I mean, a tanky Heartbreaker build, a really tanky Heartbreaker build, and the Catharsis will make sense on easier content like Countdown. But if you try to go like a tanky Heartbreaker build with Catharsis and no shield out in the heroic or legendary, you get creamed. Your armor breaks like really fast, right? So it doesn't really work in this side of things. So, but when you put on a shield, it's amazing. This thing is amazing with the shield. So you're gonna have the shield that's gonna attract bullets. And that shield, when it takes damage, it's gonna proc Vicious Cycle, which is gonna give you 30% weapon damage and also heal you. So that's a form of heals and damage. So, which is amazing. I mean, you could also go, if you wanted to, you could also go the Memento, but this is a good combo. The reason why is because Vigilance gets disabled when you take damage, but you're running this big ass shield that's protecting Vigilance. And then I got some extra armor regen to help heal you, is on top of the squirts this thing is giving you. Otherwise, I got headshot damage and weapon handling, pretty consistent. Notice I got a skill haste mod. Yeah, this is a Frankenstein build. It's all over the place. Got some more armor regen and these Fox's Prairie knee pads. We're gonna try different things too. It's been a while since I ran this, so I'm not quite sure if all of these stats are exactly how I want them. But, and then I got this all red Bellstone. So you can run obviously the armor core there, and then make this a red knee pad. So it's just, you know, based on the pieces that I had laying around. But armor regen, headshot damage, more armor regen, so good armor regen there. And then Walker. And so, because we want really high weapon damage, right? So that's what this is about. 30% weapon damage here, 20% weapon damage there, so I'll do the pistol, and then another 5% weapon damage there, and then we got damage to targets out of cover. Now we could take the contractor's gloves here, and so that's another thing. And so if we look, we just want to make sure we're over 150%, which we are. We're at 208%. So the contractor's gloves will also work here. But the reason why I'm not, I think, is because I wanted the flexibility in the attribute. So I have skill haste for this little guy here. I don't know if I'm gonna need it. So we're gonna go test that part of it. And then the riot foam is also there to help you. This is for people, even if you have great aim and you're really good at headshots, this is gonna be a fun build. So don't get me wrong if you got great aim. But if you don't, this is gonna hold them still. So yeah, Div, what's going on, Div? El Rukin, Reaper Hawk in the house. So Magilla, who else is over there? Like, what's going on, boys? Aaron, I see you. Akbo Hunter, what up? Got here first too, by the way. Nice job. George, what's going on, bud? Good to see you back at Terrace. Notion of Death, Shinso, as we all want to say hi to my boys. I gotta say hi. Grumpy, Dennis Voon, Montez. What's going on, Scott's OG? So this holds them still, so it's just fun. And at first I thought it was clunky, and Div J actually was one of the guys that was like, hey, you should try it with the riot foam. And I'm not one to typically use a riot foam because I was like, I don't like switching to the riot foam and then back to the pistol and whatever. I thought it would be clunky, especially with the shield up, and it's actually not. It's pretty smooth. It's really smooth. So you might have been first, Reaper, but he commented maybe first. Yeah, Akbo Hunters had the first comment. Oh, Rukin did. Oh, Rukin was first. Wow. You guys are fast. But Azrael, what's up? So let's go show how it works. But before we do, I just want to grab a couple of pieces with me. Also, if you didn't catch this morning's stream, I'll just go ahead and quickly show you actually. So they delivered the new apparel that was missing from last week. So if you go to your outfits, you probably all noticed in the LED outfit, there's this blue sweater he's wearing right there. So now we got it, right? So they gave it to us. So if you've already farmed this, then you'll just have a key waiting for you. So just open your box, your cache. But if you haven't finished this event, you have 2 weeks to finish the event. So you have 2 weeks to earn the sweater. So this sweater is missing. We now have it. Congratulations. Congrats. Okay. So I think we want to bring some. I think I want to bring some alternate gloves. Is what I'm thinking. Contractors probably. Yeah, that was a good one. And what do we got right now? Skill haze. So contractors are a good one. I'll bring some armor with us. You don't need a ton of armor just because, you know, we're hiding behind the shield. And so we tried it with armor and we just decided like, you don't really need it. Let's find some better knee pads too. We might not care for the armor regen. We might not need it. I'll show you why too. Like we got some flexibility and let me put those on real quick. We got some flexibility in the pistol, and so we can put get tons of healing just out of our guns, and that's what we're gonna showcase in some of these other builds too. These weapons, that's what also makes this event really fun. Okay, so let's so the weapons that we're gonna be using are always gonna be, or they trend to be like really high base weapon damage, so it gives you a lot of power to like put on different stats like the skill haste or armor regen or even more armor if you want to. But one of the things you got to try to, what I try to do is kind of balance the armor. Like unless I'm really playing into it. So if I'm running the Memento backpack, then sometimes it's really cool to have lots of armor like we were running this morning, because every time I grab a trophy, I basically, like, my armor goes crazy, right? One trophy, this morning I was running 1.7 and 1.8 million armor. And so every time I picked up a trophy, it was like, one trophy would be 1.1 million armor sometimes, just depending on which one of those builds I was running. That's one trophy. It was crazy. It was really crazy. It made it a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. I'm definitely gonna be running that build. Again, right now I'm running the Liberty, and then we have some other options. The D50 Deseros, the Regulus, of course, but I'm running the Liberty because I know a lot of you guys don't have the whatchamacallit weapon, the Regulus, so. But it's also synergizes with this build because of that shield, so. All right, let's kick this off. Actually, it's gonna be a little clunky here for a second because got to get used to what I'm running. But let me kick that off first. Okay, I missed you apparently. Yeah, so sorry about that. I'm gonna be a little clunky for a sec here as I figure out how to work my controller. The problems with switching builds all the time. Okay. Let's do this. Dark Shinso, back for the check. Good to see you, man. Hope you've been playing strong. So with the pistol builds, right? Any of the headshot builds, really, unless you're running a sniper, distance is your weakness, right? So when you kick off these fights, although it's more dangerous, you still want to pull in as tight as you can because already hit that thing, because you can die on approach, right? And so we right foam him and then peg him in the head a couple times, and now we got our proc, right? And so you don't want to abuse the riot foam, right? You just kind of want to get it, and then I don't even abuse the shield. So you don't even use the shield until you need it. Where's everybody? Let's try to kill somebody before we run out of. Jesus, nobody over here? They're all like on their fringes. I guess I'm gonna be fucking taking this thing out. I don't like to shoot tech. I think it's a waste of my bullets. So look at the mask. Right? Look at that mask. You could run the Memento if you really wanted the extra skill tier. Or the bonus armor, but because we're running the shield, like, I like giving you guys a new look too. So Liberty's strong, so we're gonna be one shot and everything. Even elites, as soon as I can find one. Oh, there's one. Thought I saw one. Where'd he fucking go? See, like right there, like I gotta, sometimes I gotta remember. See, like I'm accidentally double switching out of that right foam. It's just got memory, a little muscle memory programming. Because that'll get you killed if you don't know how to switch directly to your pistol. And it's not hard, it's just, I gotta remember. Because it's not a mechanic I do every day. You see how easy this is though? I'm just gonna peg him in the head as many times as it takes. Because I lost my buff, so. And then if you start shooting back, if he starts getting sassy, and just foam them real quick. So that's what makes this easy for if you're not great at your headshots. Hold them still, right? Just don't abuse it. Now, if you feel like you need that more riot foam, just add more skill haste to your build. You know, add more skill haste. You can even run a hand of you if you wanted to. Now this is with the petrol, so this isn't even the strongest version. I'm pretty sure the Contractors puts out a higher headshot damage. I'm pretty sure, but we'll need to double check. So we'll check. We'll optimize this build a little bit. But so this is one of the few builds, I mean, where that mask is just like actually works. I'm telling you, that mask doesn't fucking work. Member for 8 months, Smoking Aces Players Club. What's up? Oops. What's up, guys? Pretty easy. Gotta be quick. Gotta line up your shots. I mean, it's not gonna do all the work for you, but it's one of the easier, probably a really good way to, I guess, to break into headshot builds, something like this. Liberty's got a large mag, it's got a fast RPM. You're holding them still, you know, you got a shield to protect you. Ah, oh, missed that rifle. God damn, this guy. Fucking. Yeah, I mean, so you still want to rely on speed, so drop the shield, pick up the shield, drop the shield, pick up the shield, all that crap. But remember, like, and the part of that is like, watch the health on your shield. It's the strongest shield in the game, but it's not gonna take. It's, you know, we're running a lot of reds, right? So we don't have a lot of armor on it. Now, when the event kicks in, you can put more armor on these things. You can put a lot of armor on these things, as a matter of fact. But you put a lot of armor because it's going to give you a major buff. That event gives you a major buff to headshots. DK Reaver, what up, man? So, and don't overspec on that riot foam either, right? Both of those things, both of your skills, you're not, it's still a DPS build, it's just a hybrid, but it's a hybrid for assistance, not to over rely on it, you know what I mean? And a little trick on headshots, if you're not, if you're getting used to them still, aim high. You're aiming, I'm not aiming for his face, I'm aiming for the dome of his head. And the reason why that matters is because if you got your headhunter proc and you accidentally landed on his, like, his hand or his shoulder or his neck, you're gonna lose that buff. And that's the key to chain killing, is the maintaining headshots. And so that's why I don't just go for their head, I go for the top of their head. So if I miss, I'm cool with it because I didn't lose the buff, you know what I mean? So that's 3.3 on crit with no buff. So what do you guys think? Warframe, you like that game, Dark Shinzo? That's the one with the, isn't Warframe the Space Marines one? Is that Warframe? Hey, Silo Vice, it might be sometimes if you accidentally put a period like after your sentence without a space, it thinks it's a link. You know what I mean? Like a hyperlink, and then it'll time you out, I guess. So especially for people that are typing on their phone, that can happen. But sorry for the inconvenience either way. DK Reaver, what is going on with you, man? How's your gaming? So this is the build. What did you guys think of it? I mean, you know, as you can see, we only ran one armor core and we did really well. I mean, there was a couple of close calls in there, right? But we had that was really, I felt really powerful, and that's with the Liberty. I can feel more powerful with more different weapons. I'm going to show you that. So, but the Liberty synergizes with this shield because it's healing the shield. We're healing the shield, healing it more than you think I am. Space ninjas. That's what I'm talking about. So, let's try running these well, did anybody catch the high number there? I saw 3.3. 3.3 million at that last guy, but that we didn't have a full proc there. So let's run one more control point with this. All I need is the high number, and then we're gonna try with the contractor's gloves. It should give us a higher value. So, and then we're gonna again, we're trying to get through 3 builds today. So we're gonna get through rifle builds, and particularly the 1886 variant, or if you have it, the Virginian. And then the other one is, I mean, we could go several directions from there, but one of the other ones is possibly we could look at the artist tool. So I want to give you some options out there for people, and the police MK. That's right, the police MK. I got a couple of those. USC 45. Okay, so weapons. So we're gonna look at some weapons that you may not be familiar with, and because they're gonna be really good for this event. They're ones that are like fast. So like the USC 45 is a great headshot one, right? Because it doesn't bring a lot of power, but it brings RPM. What do you do with that? You're gonna unload like 15 shots in the chest. I mean, you're gonna feel weak as fuck if you do that, right? But if you do, headshots are a great weak point, obviously. But now if you have a high RPM, it can be, it's more the weapon is more forgiving on headshots. So, you know, you're like, you can just like wham, 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 wham on your trigger until you land on that head, basically, right? And so that's a benefit that these faster RPM weapons can have. And since you can have so much stability, they're gonna be laser beams. They're gonna be laser beams. So coming from the future event here, Reanimated, so. Anyways, so okay, let's quickly check here. So what we're looking for is our top number once we have all of our headhunter things proc. So we need headhunter proc and vigilance, just to ensure that we're getting a top number. Come on, dude. There we go. Okay. And it's not a crit build, so it can a crit value makes it easier to track, even though it's not a crit build though, because we know we've reached a peak. But where are these guys? Way up there? There's somebody back here though. Oh, there he is. 4.6 on the body right there. See that? 3.3 without headhunter. The memento does work great with this too, by the way. It can, but like I said, I want to give you guys a good look, because the thing about the memento is like you're gonna have that really nice weapon damage that doesn't go away when you take bullets. God damn it, dude. So there's 3 million. Okay. Get another one. 6 million. So like a really nice number. Like if you want to one-shot bosses, we need to clear 9 million. We need to get to these 10 million values. So that's 9.6. So we're pretty close. We might have had Come on, proc. Really? Really? Oh my god, I'm deafing all of those. 10.8, there we go. That's the number we want to see. And anything above that, I don't really care. Because all I want to do is be able to one-shot a named boss. Right? 12 million, 12.3, 12.3. Beautiful. 12.4 and climbing. 12.543. So yeah, small increments because of. Okay, so let's see if we can get this boss. Come on. Ah. 12.8. We didn't. That's okay. We're gonna need to try the contractor's gloves. So 12.8, I think, is our high there, right? Is that what sound right? So. Fun build, though. Very fun build. It's awkward looking, isn't it? Probably look at him like, Tux, what is this monstrosity? Sometimes these builds are. Yeah, I mean, Grumpy, wouldn't it? What's up, Mike? Double mics. I love when double mic shows up. This is what's weird, Grumpy. Like, I hit that boss at 12.5 and he didn't die until the second shot. I mean, it's possible that it landed on the head. It's possible I didn't land it on the head, but that's weird, right? 10.5. 12 million should have killed that boss. Honestly, it should have. 12 million should have killed that boss and she didn't die. So I don't know why. But either way, I'm happy with it. Do you really? Let me ask you this, guys. Here's the thing. The reality is, this is the reality of the game. Like, I want to one-shot bosses. There's 11.5 right there. But if it takes you 2 bullets to kill a boss, do you really fucking care? No, you don't. What you care about are the other. What you care about are the other 48 enemies. So you got basically 25 enemies, roughly, per wave of the control point, right? So 25 for the first half and another 25 for the second half. That's what you want to efficiently kill. You know, it's 12.8 million. So, you know, you don't care about the 2 bosses, really. I mean, they're just 2 bosses. They're not that hard. They're not like, you know, doomsdayers or anything like that, right? So you don't really need the shield either, you know. It's just when you jump a big group of guys, you know. But you do want the shield to stack up your catharsis. I should say that, though. See, the thing is that the shields attract a lot of bullets. They're bullet magnets. That's what they do, right? So pop your shield so that you make sure you get the catharsis taking proccing damage for you. Oops. Look right there. I should have my shield on. What? Hey, where'd you guys come from? So now we're gonna take some damage. Something behind me. I don't know how I'm getting shot in the back. By who? Where is that damage coming from? I mean, I don't see anybody behind me, not even on the mini-map, right? But luckily we get the heals. So we healed up pretty quick. And we can heal up faster. This is just a liberty. Yeah, what do you guys think? Like, So we don't have any. We don't. Oh, you know what? We don't have our mask procs. We got to keep that too. Like the we got to keep it on the mask, right? The mask is a sort of a variable. So like, let's let him shoot us, and we'll take some damage. He's kind of a slow bullet. I'm letting him do is charge up my mask, but he's taking too long, so. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. The important thing is that you're one-shotting most everything out there. Once you get your headhunter stuff going for you. And it's a really comfortable build, comfortable pace. Am I not done? I guess I'm not. I just killed the boss, right? Must be a guy lingering out there, hiding in the shadows. Or the control point captain is on a sandwich break. He's eating his shit sandwich. I guess that's what's going on. Okay, so we're not gonna get the XP for that. Nice one, team. Ooh, look at that G36. You're going for an gets 30% weapon handling. You got mag size. That's a pretty one. The G36 Enhanced is the one you want too, by the way. That's the good one, in my opinion. It's got a little more, I think, stability on it. Nice damage drop off too, but in the end, it's got more too much burst to. If you're trying to go for maximum range, but it's a good one. It was like top 3 if I remember right, for distance. Ooh, look at that, super tanky. With tag team, I'll hold on to it because I don't know why. I always do that with Gila Guard. Like I'll grab them and save them. Like yeah, right on. Okay, so any questions about this build? Yes, no? Okay, it's pretty simple, I think, right? So let's put on, so we saw 12.8 or whatever. So let's put on the contractor's gloves. We can run some armor with headshot damage. I think that's all I got. So it's not gonna be apples to apples, but let's see if we can get to the same number. So we'd be rolling a little bit more armor now, so. Yeah, Grumpy, I'm like that too. I mean, for the event though, you know, consistency. So Grumpy Old Man is basically talking about consistency. Like, that's more important to me too. You know what I mean? Like, rather than more power, more whatever, consistency is like really important. And now that could be a little confusing to you if you know I'm a big fan of like vigilance. And so, but vigilance is actually, I consider pretty consistent. It's actually pretty reliable for me. I know that's confusing. What day is it? It's Tuesday. She's not gonna be open for a few hours, I think. Let's see what she's. Vendors closed, so we got 3 hours. All right. So that can sound confusing. We're like, well, vigilance gets disabled. That's not consistent, but it sort of is, because the disabling is. I find like I've used it for so long, right? And I find that it's actually up more than some of the other ones, like concussion, right? And so obviously there's nothing better than the momentum when it comes to consistency. You got 30% weapon damage that doesn't get disabled, and then you get even more after that, and then it's just, you just don't have it when you start, obviously, but that's about half a control point, and then you're good to go. Oh god. Look, I'm blind as fuck. See, so this is, notice my vigilance. Well, now I'm getting shot in the back, but it was up, right? 10.6. So look, we got full stacks on that catharsis. So that didn't take much. I'm gonna let him get a little closer. Here, kitty, kitty, sneak into my trap. Boom. You just sit here and do this all day. And we could show this with the memento too. It would be nice to get that additional skill tier. That's gonna make your shield a little bit stronger. You're also gonna get more armor, of course, and then, I mean, we got 2 armor cores right now, but those fucking turrets, huh? 9.7 to 11 million, 10.3, 12.7 on the head. So that's, if I can get him now. Okay, you first in. 5.7. So I think we could have got higher, but you know, they were slipping away. But I think that was higher in the end though. Because I think we were like hitting like these 12.4 numbers, and so it wasn't much higher, but we are running more armor now, you know. So it isn't apples to apples. So just the fact that if we could even match the number, which we've already exceeded it, but just by a little bit. But even if we were to match the number, it would be a win because we picked up an armor core. See, that's my favorite part right there. So you remember we were talking about this morning, if you're on this morning stream, about how they like to do the sideways walk on you, and that gets you killed, right? The sideways walk does. It's a death march, right? And the riot foam keeps them from doing that, basically. 10.8 right there, one shot at that medic. The 12.6, there we go. So one of the other things I like about the shield is like they try to punch you a lot when you're playing this close and personal. So that's kind of nice. 12.7, 12.2, they go 10.9. Okay, now this guy's, it's gonna suck because he's got a helmet. So, and we didn't even have the catharsis proc. So catharsis is proc now. So let's go ahead and bust that helmet open, right from him. And then pistol him to death. You see how they always punch you? They always punch you because you're playing pretty close. So it's nice having the shield for once to take that. Really easy. I mean, that was really easy, right? We took out that whole wave coming out of that little fucking hole. Including, and all the bosses we're taking on, those are really tanky bosses. That says something. You know, because he was wailing on my shield and the shield held, and it wouldn't have lasted forever. Again, you just need it to last long enough to kill the guy standing in front of you, and then you put it away, it'll heal, it'll regen. And then the riot foam, if you start to get into trouble or you want to hold him still because you're missing too many shots, and it's the perfect combo. Notice, like, I do run out of ammo on that riot foam from time to time, but again, it's like it's a helpful thing, right? We're not over relying on it. We're using it, but it's not do or die. It's not making the build. It's not like a skill build, right? Like when your skills go down, you're useless. It's not one of those. Yeah, double mics. I have. It's called the Claws Out holster. It's basically like, I mean, it's got some use cases in PvP. You know, with the melee and the lady death while holding that shield, and you know, you basically melee them while holding the shield. I don't know if that still works, but it used to do pretty good back in the day. But the last time I used it, basically the only application that I think makes sense for it is the deflector shield. Because the reason why is because it's a wyvern piece, so it gives you skill damage. So, you know, if you want to use all your attributes besides the melee. And so running a deflector build But I'm really, the real reason why I'm using it, I gotta say with that, is because of the pistol damage. I'm actually looking at the extra pistol damage. So, the skill damage and the pistol damage. The melee, it does help. It does help. The way it works in PvE is like when they're almost dead, then you give them a whack instead of using a bullet that's going to cause you to reload on a revolver or something like that. You know what I mean? On a small mag. So it's basically helps you save a reload. But sometimes you can be wrong, and you'll melee a guy and he's like, oh, apparently he's got more health than I thought. Okay, so let's swap out this Liberty now. And let's put on the D50, okay? So D50 is a little bit weaker, 150 RPM, but what we're gonna pick up with this is Preservation, which will give us 20% armor on kill, and we're constantly shooting them in the head. So the only thing is that we're not gonna get shield healing. Now we can pick up more damage if we want this, so we can put on a close and personal and get tons more damage if we wanted to. So keep that in mind. So that's definitely a route that we can take, and we might do that here in a little bit, but I like running the defense on my on these strong weapons, the Preservation, because Preservation is like, I think, one of the strongest things you can put on your build. You know what I mean? 20% armor on kill. I don't care if it's over 5 seconds. I'm cool with that. Okay, I'm not gonna let you do that to me, buddy. Remin, I put both. I do put both. It's I'm a console player, and I put at least 2 weapon handling attributes, but sometimes I can get away with none depending on the pistol. But for like the D50, oops. See, I'm fucking up right there. I accidentally overswitch. It happens to me sometimes. So like, I don't switch to the pistol. I switch to the. Oh, I gotta go back to my heals. Heal up. So, you know what I'm talking about? Like where you accidentally switch over to your. Your other weapon instead of the weapon you had in your hand when you go to the right foam. It's easy, I just forget. It's actually not challenging at all. It's not. Sometimes I just accidentally double tap my Y instead of just putting the skill away, hitting the bumper. All you got to do is put your skill away, and it'll like right here, it'll drop you to your pistol. Sometimes what happens though is like if you don't have any ammo left, it'll automatically put you to your weapon, and then you try to put your skill away again, and so you're sitting here hitting the button in vain. So little things like that, you know what I mean? But it's not the end of the world. So this is the D50, so we're picking up 20% armor on kill. And it's a little bit weaker than the Liberty, but it's not really gonna make a difference. Wow, I missed all those shots, believe it or not. Wow. PC players would have nailed that. See, the issue was how long it took me to swing my pistol from left to right. PC players would not have had that issue. Morning. Easiest boss fight I've ever had. Just standing there. Aces is down here in the southwest, so if you need good aces, now's a good time. Ooh, look at that covert SRS. Yes, I've actually been wanting a God Roll one of these because I think it could be fun for run and gun and play, like, put preservation on it. It's basically the Mantis, so exchange, you know, what the Mantis gives you for preservation. I've been wanting to try it to see if I like it, so. Mike, Double Mike, do you like Volume 6, man? The new gamer playlist. Yeah, I'm loving it too, man. I've been listening to it all day. You like the music video that I put to it too? It's kind of funny, huh? This way, this way. You're gonna get stubborn, I'm just gonna blow you up, lady. Come on, climb. God, I don't even see them. Where are they? It feels like there's a guy behind me. There's one. Let's reload. So we were in a lot of trouble a second ago, and now we're healthy. Ah! This gun sways. It's so heavy, you know what I mean? Like the way it hits, like it goes boom, 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 boom. That's like the recoil pattern on it. It's funny. You get used to it and you play into it. You know what I mean? Like it's just the way it is. It's the way it works. Oh, that's an interesting glove. Probably a waste, but. Sometimes you gotta wait for their head. It's sort of like playing basketball with this gun. Like you gotta wait for their head to rebound. Come on. God damn it. See right here, I'm fucking up. Like I don't know which weapon I have in my hand because the chem looks like a pistol, right? And so for me, sometimes, like if you're really good at headshots, the skills could sometimes get in the way. Just like even the shield, you know, just I'm faster without it. Sometimes I'm okay without it, but this is fun. I like doing it. It's sort of. Let's take some damage. Come on, give me some damage. Don't want to shoot at me, you turret? God. Can't even get him to shoot at you when you want to. Couple guys rolling around. These guys aren't any good. Look at them. Little no armored shotgun guy. You can't take him. There it is. Squad, it's your birthday. Right on. Happy birthday, man. Squad's birthday. Shout out to Squad. Right on. August 16th. August, baby, huh? Okay, so we're gonna make some changes here in a second to this build, because I know what you're wondering. You're wondering, how does it do with the memento? It's gonna do a little bit better, right? So, you can have 3% armor regen always instead of this heal. That can be really powerful when you're taking it from a bunch of dudes, by the way. So I'm not discounting those heals that come out of that mask. It can be really powerful when you're standing in it, and they'll keep proccing in it. If you as long as you're not shooting you in the back, right? Then you'll survive through a lot. So mask, we would want to run. See if I have my punch drunk with weapon handling. So let's put on the punch drunk with weapon handling. Okay. So we're gonna move some things around. So punch drunk with weapon handling. Boom. All right. And then we can keep the D&H. That's gonna give you 20% stability. That would actually make, we could hold on to that. Actually, let's do that. It'll be a little less damage than the walker, but it gives us 20% stability. That's going to be really helpful. So I have weapon handling here. Okay, so if you look here, like there's weapon handling on the holster. All right, and I have weapon handling on the chest and armor regen on the backpack. But I would probably take weapon handling on the backpack too. So, but now I'm gonna go ahead and put this one on. And I don't need really protection from elites. It will help you shield a little bit, but you know, the big shield is gonna do all the protecting we need. So you really don't need much armor. So don't over armor it. I think even though you know you can, like, because this is the deal, guys. Like when the event comes up next week, you're gonna be so powerful. You can run this build 1.5, 1.7 million armor. I'm pretty sure you can. So, but just find that point where you're able to do that and still one-shot everything, right? So here we are at 1.3 million armor, so we got a little bit too much armor. And let's give this a try and see if we like it. I'll go ahead and put on probably the Liberty again, because I don't think I need preservation. And now we're running, we got 20% stability, so this thing's gonna feel even better. That's a lot of stability. So that's basically your issue, is the stability on this pistol, right? So now we're gonna be like a crack shot. So see that left to right swing? It's very controllable, I guess. More controllable. There is such a thing. Now and then you can run directives, all them goodies. Let's go to backpack territory, actually. Foggy Bottom. Josh Carroll's back. Rico, what's up, man? What's going on, Rico? What are you farming for these days? Right on, Smits. Ozfaller, thanks for the sub, bro. Good to see you back on that side. Ozfallers is your Blake, if I remember right. Making sure I get that right. Trying to remember people's names. People got different names on Twitch than they do on YouTube. We got aliases all over the place. Got her right on. So again, now we changed for punch drunk. We picked up 20% weapon damage, stability, but we don't have to run that stability if you don't want to. That's a lot. So if I wasn't running this, what I would do is put Providence here and Walker there. That's how I'd run that. The chain killer chest. I'd run the perfect chain killer chest. So we're gonna get a lot of power up. That's the one reason. Yeah, that's right. That's why you don't want to run around too much armor, is that you're gonna get the power ups every time you get a trophy. Think about that. So you get 5% weapon damage per trophy. So right now we're getting 15% weapon damage and 30% bonus armor. Bonus armor is great. I'm not saying it's not. I love bonus armor, but do we need it on a big old hefty shield like that? Well, sometimes, you know, when you got people behind you, It will save your life from time to time, but you're also getting skill efficiency for that shield, right? That's 5% skill efficiency per trophy, so that's 15 per skill tier. Now you got 1 skill tier, so that's gonna bump that up too. Look at our skill. Look at our shield right now, though. Look at it. It is a tier 5 shield, guys. That's a tier 5 shield. 12 million health. Whoa, whoa. That's what the memento just did, right? It got us an extra skill tier and an armor core. 12 million health. Now check this out. That's before your 30% skill efficiency. Let's go make it stronger. That's why everybody was like, here's a funny thing. Like, I got a comment on a video this morning, and it was, I think, from one of my live streams, and he was like, oh, look, the memento again. That was the comment, right? And it wasn't mean or anything. I get it. But let me tell you, can you say that about a lot of talents? I was thinking about that. Like, can you say, oh, look, vigilance again? Can you technically say that about, I mean, isn't vigilance used, fuck, I don't even know where everybody is. There they are. Isn't vigilance used basically just as much? Come on. Oh, that fucking lawnmower, fuck you. Let me heal. I'm gonna bleed out. Fuck! Ah, that was such a long walk over here. I mean, why do people, let me ask you that question. Like, why do people get so upset by seeing the memento a lot when the reality is don't you see vigilance more than memento? I mean, it's been around longer. It's on every other build, man. Vigilance is on every other build. And if you ran composure on a run and gun build, wouldn't you be like, hey, that doesn't make sense? Right? It doesn't make, some of these doesn't even make sense, right? But my point is about the vigilance. Like, why don't we get that reaction out of the vigilance? Why is it always the memento that gets that reaction, right? Why isn't it like, oh, look, vigilance again? It's always like, oh, look, the memento again. So vigilance, as you can tell, was a lot stronger up front. And so right now with the memento, we got to get a few mementos under our belt here, and then we'll be one tapping a lot easier. Let's try. These guys are a pain in the ass. Remember we talked about, like, for efficiency of farming, if you're planning on doing a lot of open world farming next week, like I am for sure. You know, these guys aren't so bad, but they're kind of a pain in the ass because they catch you on fire. And when you're on fire, you can't aim. And when you can't aim, you can't get headshot kills. And when you can't get headshot kills, you're not getting extra XP, so on and so forth. Does that make sense? So, the hyenas wear helmets. So, that'll be a pain in the ass for headshots. They are protected. And so I choose the True Sons. That's who I choose to kill. Did we kill that guy with the right foam? He disappeared. Did anybody see that? I think we did. He died with the right foam hit. That's interesting. Did you know that can do that? Did you know that the impact on a lot of your skills that unfriendly impact is actually weapon damage? Like, for example, the sticky bomb. The impact of the sticky itself is weapon damage. So there's the boss. Classic M60, nice, a really good one. Flatline, actually, I might pick that one up. I'll leave it there because my bag is full apparently. So we don't have a red star event or anything like that, but we're actually getting a ton of XP just as we play because I'm getting headshot kills. And what I like about the memento version, besides the bonus armor and the power-ups, is that I don't have to worry about my backpack talent being disabled. So I'm okay to take damage if I want to, right? One shot at her, 9.2, there it is. 10.2. So when you play trophy to trophy, it goes up, it goes really well, right? Just play fast enough to hit that trophy. What? Where did that fucking come from? Is there a guy on top of that hill or something? Stop backing up, dude. I think we got probably a little one too many armor cores on here. We see we just killed. With the event, it won't be an issue, but I'm noticing it's taking an extra bullet. It still works, but I think we could save a bullet. God damn you. Glitched. Come on, dude. Tweaker. All right, there it is. All right, let's clean this shit up. Move on to the next one. We got 3 builds to get through. So obviously iterations, you can pull more power out of this. I think that's good enough though. You guys get it, right? Take off more armor. For if you're not gonna run, if you're gonna run directives like Hoarder, definitely take off an armor core. You know what I mean? Unless that doesn't bother you putting out an extra shot, an extra bullet here and there. If that doesn't bother you, then leave it as it is, because it is still effective. As you can see, we cleared that really quickly. But I'm really into 1 shot, 1 kill chaining, and it was like 1 shot, 1 kill, 2 shots. 1 shot every now and again, you get that into that 2-shot situation, and then you're basically starting over. It's not the end of the world, but it goes faster if you just 1 shot killing everything, obviously, right? And so I'm into speed. I want to go fast, and so you know, I'd rather go less armor because I got this big ass shield. You know what I mean? I got this big ass shield. Make it work for me. So, but I think that gives you an idea. So, again, this is great for the experienced player, okay? It is. So even if you're great at headshots, this build will work for you. But it's especially nice for those of you who are not confident in your aim, in your headshot aim, your critical headshots, because they're critical. That is, land your headshot or die, because you're standing in front of an enemy and you're vulnerable, right? And so this build gives you a shield and riot foam. So the biggest threat in these headshot builds is when the enemy walking sideways. When they start shooting at you while walking sideways like this, they get you to miss so many shots while they're landing everything, right? So they're landing everything, you're missing everything. So that's your biggest threat. And so this build handles that, because not only are you deflecting those bullets, not deflecting them, but absorbing them in your shield, but you're riot foaming the guy so he stops walking sideways, which is your biggest threat in this game with this headshot builds. So winner, winner, chicken dinner. It's actually a really fun build. It's surprising way to look on it. Again, like, I don't know about the 2 pieces of D&H. I mean, it was helpful, but I think it might have been overkill. Like I wasn't like going, oh yeah, I'm landing all my shots. I mean, it was helpful. but I'd probably want, again, go for more power in this situation. So either take off one armor core for weapon damage or put on a Providence holster and then put the chain killer chest piece. That's probably what we were missing, actually, now that I think about it. What's our headshot damage? No, that's fine. We're fine. Okay, we're gonna reset the control point there and then travel back to the White House, and then we will start working on the next build. So give me a second. All right, I'm back. So, let me do a quick rundown. Actually, I'm gonna optimize this build real quick on how it, after knowing what it did, how I would run it. I would need, we're looking for Providence down here. I know I have the Providence. Let's see if I can get it right. You can run two-piece walker too and pick up damage to armor. That wouldn't hurt. That'd actually probably be better. I think about it. Assuming you have the headshot damage. So what you put here is this walker instead. Okay, and then we're picking up damage to armor. You'd probably, that's actually probably better than Providence. And then I'd probably thinking about the armor. Like for the event, I think I probably would run 1.3 million armor because like what else am I gonna do? But let me show you what the build should be like for general gameplay outside of the event. So basically, change the gloves. So yeah, okay. So here's probably the final build on how I would run it, for any use case with the reanimated event or not. Okay, so again, this is a pistol build, so that's all we're using, and I think the Liberty is the most helpful because it synergizes with what we're doing. But otherwise, I recommend the D50 or the Regulus. But the D50 is a really good secondary option because it gives you flexibility and talent. So you can run close and personal or preservation for 20% armor on kill. Close and personal would give you 30%. Weapon damage, which is huge after you kill an enemy within 7 meters, which we're basically doing all the time. But what we like about the Liberty is actually a higher base weapon damage. It's got a higher RPM as well, and it's also healing our shield. So we're going for headshots, but we're inadvertently landing on the body, and so every now and again, basically you can get 2 to 3 stacks. That's going to heal your shield by about 10% on average. So that's really helpful because we do have the bulwark shield. So the purpose of this build is to basically allow you to line up even if there's multiple enemies standing in front of you on your target, and it buys you more time to land those critical headshots. So if you're not a confident headshot person, then this build is really going to help you because of your skills. Notice I got technician for the extra skill tier. So that's also powering up your shield. So this is a tier 5 shield with almost 12 million in armor, and it's going to get stronger when we're full trophies because of all the skill efficiency and stuff it's going to give us. So keep that in mind. But the shield, you don't need it too strong. You just need it strong enough to line up in front of your enemy, right? Just to line up in front of your enemy and shoot him in the head, and then he dies, and then you activate chain killer and you're one-shotting everybody. So they're not standing on their feet for very long, right? And then the riot foam is, we got 4 in a canister here, and we're gonna have 30% skill efficiency, but that's going to keep them from flanking you. Also hold them still if you need help, assistance with landing those critical headshots. Really good. It makes puts bosses on easy mode, just so you know. So, but with this setup, we were running more armor, so I'm not quite sure how high it was going. But with all the extra armor and stability, we were running the double D and H for 20% stability, so we were underpowered, and we were hitting, I'm pretty sure, over 12.5 million. So that's plenty to one-shot a boss. And so with this setup, you should be one-shotting named bosses, right? So the D&H mask for 20% pistol damage, this is a must. You need to have the this piece here, I think. And so we got armor, weapon handling, and headshot damage. The chest piece is walkers, chain killer, right? So you need max weapon damage, so that's what we're after there. And we got weapon handling and headshot damage. You could also crit this thing out, but if you're on a console, you might like to have weapon handling on your build. And then perfect headhunter, which has given us that 1,250% damage cap, and that's what's allowing us to chain kill. Then the second piece of walker for 5% more damage to armor. We got the contractor's gloves for more damage to armor with headshot damage. It's all red. And then the overlord for damage to targets out of cover with headshot damage. And then I'm running the memento. Again, that's powering up our shield. We're playing from trophy to trophy because we're just chain killing, just littering the place with trophies. And every time we pick one of those up, we're powering up our shield, and we're giving ourselves more skill efficiency here. So that's more duration, also faster skill haste on that thing. So it's boosting our skills. And every time and that's why we got 5. Notice we got 5 red cores, weapon damage cores. So every time we pick up a trophy, that's going to give us 25% weapon damage on top of the 30 weapon damage stacks that don't get disabled. Key statement: the stacks don't get disabled when you take damage, so you can get shot in the back and not lose it. Now, the first version of this build that I showed earlier, we were running the spellstone, so you can run vigilance because your shield is going to protect vigilance, but there are times you get shot in the back. So the memento just plays out nicer. It really does. It just plays out nicer because you're getting the bonus armor. This is at 20%. We were running with 30% bonus armor too, so it just plays out really nice. So definitely recommend this build, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to save it right here. And the first version we were running the Catharsis, so I gave you a look at the Catharsis. It actually worked really well because your shield takes damage, and that's going to peak out your Catharsis. But as you all know, the Catharsis is an up and down cycle, and the memento is way more consistent. So I think the Catharsis, if you're just gonna stand there and absorb bullets and not kill anybody, it can be helpful. But this thing, like if you're out there killing people like we were, then this is the one. Okay, that being the build, let's switch over now to something new. Okay, so now we're gonna switch over to rifles. Okay, so and the one that I'm gonna pull in, if I haven't already, is we're gonna start with the 1886. I must have already pulled it in. And so, or you can use the Virginian if you want to. So we're going to talk about the differences here. Where is this thing? What? I just pulled this over. Well, how come I don't see? Did I accidentally move it the other direction? Oh, there it is. 1886. Oh, and my bag is full. Damn it. 1 second. Switch you. I was doing a bunch of assault rifle tests over the last few days. Still got to do the shield splinter. See what we think about that one nowadays. I hated it, so the handling. Okay, so the 1886 is the strongest rifle in the game, right? The highest base weapon damage. So 781, and that's not even it. That's not even total. So let's go switch to the talent that we're going to use. So with the 1886, you are going to probably want to run sharpshooter because you're going to need that stability control. You're also going to get a 25% headshot damage from this thing too. See these talents up here? So a 50% stability, reduce recoil and faster acquisition of targets. That's pretty important. And also you get 15% increase in headshot damage. So, and then you also get ammo regen too when you're playing from cover. And that's all helpful if you're going to run directives. So let's activate that. And then now we're at 781, and this is with this setup. So, okay, so again, you want to pair this up with Headhunter, and Fox's Prayers is probably going to be best in slot on your build. And from there, you have a lot of flexibility. So, Fox's Prayers, Headhunter talent, and 1886. That's the mathematical equation. That's the sync up. Okay, so some of you might hate this. It's my favorite rifle in the game. It's my favorite, hands down. This one, not the Virginian. This one. It's a beautiful weapon. I love keeping it all natural too. I have 20% reload speed. You don't have much options here. You can play headshot damage or rate of fire, but those aren't that helpful. And so I'm like, might as well. So I got crit damage. It comes with all rifles come with crit damage, and I got damage to targets out of cover. And then I run preservation. And so this is what I've learned, okay, is that the base weapon damage is almost as high as a sniper. I mean, think about the Mantis. The Mantis is like 8 something. So this is 781. You know, that's really, really hard. So, I mean, powerful. So it's bringing all the damage you need to the table to successfully 1-2 tap enemies, right? So I've looked at all the weapon talents that give you damage, and none of them make sense. None of them make sense. And the reason why is because Headhunter is so strong. Once you activate Headhunter, whatever weapon damage talent you have here is now obsolete. Headhunter's taken over. So, I mean, and these still contribute to damage, but they're very minor. You've seen it, right? Where we were going like 12.5 million, 12.6 million, 12.7 million. So the small increments that they're adding as you're chain killing. So you basically reach a peak, and you can only increase that peak by small amounts based on the other damage attributes. So it's just like you peak out in damage, and so that's what's wrong with the boomerang. So I think that if you're running a rifle this powerful, you don't want to put out 5 shots to kill an enemy. You only got 5 shots. You want to kill 5 enemies with 5 shots. Am I right? That's what I want to do. Otherwise, you're gonna be reloading all day, and you're gonna be so miserable. So 5 shots, 5 enemies. That's your ultimate goal, right? So that's why we paired up with Headhunter, because Headhunter is the only thing that can really get you there. You can get there you don't have a scope, so you can't run focus. You could try glass cannon, but that would be fucking painful. You know what I mean? So with this thing. So anyway, so that's that. So since Headhunter is going to take over on all the damage, then all we need to do is make sure we have 150% headshot damage on the build, and then from there roll tons of weapon handling so that you're landing all your shots, because this thing is going to hit hard as a marksman rifle. And it plays short to medium range, so you know. And then, so I decided, like, okay, well, fuck it. If none of the weapon talents, so boomerang doesn't make sense. So let me tell you why boomerang doesn't make sense. Because your boomerang's great, but then you have to run crits on your build. So now you got to run crits and headshot damage and weapon handling. And so you're going to be tight for space with the Virginian. But you can make it happen. It can work if you're willing to give up the weapon handling. And the problem is that, you know, you get to that 18-20 million with the Virginian, you know, just kind of working off of memory here. But once Headhunter kicks in, what are you gonna do? What does Boomerang do for you? Nothing, right? Once Headhunter kicks in, Boomerang is basically trash, right? Until you lose your perk again, and then, you know, you get it. So, but with Preservation, it's always going to be active. Every time I one-shot kill an enemy with Headhunter, I'm going to get 20% armor on kill, because I'm always going for the head over 5 seconds. So that's all the heals that I need. You know what I'm saying? I don't need 2-piece Spellstone. I don't need 2-piece this or that or the 511 gloves or anything like that. I got 20%. That's a lot. That's what Hunter's Fury gives you, and it's plenty to play fast. What's going on, Oopskis? What's going on, brother? So let's see here. So from here, I mean, we could basically run this build like it is. I mean, these skills don't really make sense anymore. So what I do is I'll probably run the decoy, and then, I mean, you can run the shield with these. I don't like it at all. I don't think the shield makes any sense. Does anybody think the shield makes sense with these things? This rifle? Like, I saw somebody else running the shield with it, with the Virginia, and I was like, ooh. Like, ow. The reason why is because, like, you don't really want to take a lot of damage as you're aiming, because it jiggles your character around, basically, right? So, I mean, so we can run just like we have it. I don't think we have to change anything. I'm just looking at this. So damage to armor is great. This is great. We got that. We got the weapon handling on the build. Headshot damage. I would actually run this with the memento still. Again, so we're gonna get the 3% armor regen plus whatever's coming off of that preservation, which should be 20%. So again, we don't have the memento right now, so keep in mind we're gonna get that. So this weapon is a little, it handles basically like a pistol, except you got a little bit more of a recoil, but it's easier to control than so that was 13 million. So that's a good number. So it should hit harder than the D50, right? It should hit harder than the D50 than the Liberty, because it's got a higher base weapon damage. So it's at 781, where the Liberty was 579. So, but it's got a slower reload, you know, so there are some things that slow you down with it, but you also got a little bit more range for protection. So let's go. Take a journey in the fog. Yeah, I think I'm gonna show a shield splinter build, Maverick. I am not today though, because I got 3 builds here that I gotta work through, but I can either tomorrow or the next.
Agent in need of backup.
Oh shit, I accidentally muted my mic. Fuck. I was talking that whole time, I think. I don't even know how long I did that. Yeah, so let me re-explain some of the things that I was saying. I had my mic on mute, so fuck. Sorry about that. I don't even know how that happened. Okay, so basically it's the same build, right? I just kept everything the same, and we can adjust after this if we want to. And I've made this thing pretty tanky before, so but I was explaining that the 1886 is my favorite, even over the Virginian, because it brings all the power to the table, and it's more powerful. We should be hitting numbers higher than the Liberty, right? Because look at that, 579, and this is 781. Now the Liberty's got some damage to targets out of cover, but it doesn't have that second attribute, right? So where we got crit damage and we're not critting, so neither do we, basically, right? So we don't have that damage either. So but what I was saying is, like, so it's the formula is you gotta have the Overlord, right? It's sort of best in slot on this build. You gotta, I would definitely recommend Headhunter if you want a one-shot kill, and then the 1886. Now you got 5 bullets in the mag. So what I was saying is, like, you don't really want to go out there and you know, without Headhunter, because you only got 5 rounds. So it's really painful without Headhunter, in my opinion. You know, you want to be, you know, the 5 rounds is just gonna, you're gonna be reloading all the time, and you're gonna hate this weapon. So that's why I think when it comes to the Virginia or the 1886, it's Headhunter or nothing. Is that so far, unless they give us a new talent. So because I don't want to reload all the time. So 5 rounds, I want 5 kills in 5 rounds, basically, and then I'm willing to reload. And I reload in between. That's what's nice about this one, is you can reload a single round. So And so this thing brings all the damage to the table. So once you activate Headhunter, like if you were running the Virginian, Perfect Boomerang goes to waste. It's no longer activated. So, I mean, you can be okay with that. And I have that build, and it's fun. But I realized that the regular 1886 is better because I can put Preservation on there and always get 20% armor on kill. So if I have all my survivability coming from my rifle in the form of really strong base weapon damage and 20% armor on kill, that gives me a lot of flexibility with the rest of the build. So load up on weapon handling. So I got 2 weapon handling slots, 3. So 1 on the chest, 1 on the holster, and 1 on the mask. That's usually all I need. So I'm good there. So if you look, we got 185, so we just need to cross that 150 threshold. We got a high base weapon damage. And so that's why I like this one better than the Virginian, because I don't like running this rifle without Headhunter. And if you're running Headhunter, it's going to mute Perfect Boomerang. And then you're going to have to put 20% armor on kill somewhere on your build. And 10% armor on kill isn't enough to really make it feel good. So that's why it's all about preservation, pairing it up with 1886. It's just a good combo. So, oh, but I was saying, somebody asked, Maverick asked about the shield splinter, and I was saying, yeah, I actually, that's on my list. That's why I have it in my bag. I was doing the assault rifles yesterday, and we worked through some of them, but we didn't get through all of them. So I'll probably won't get back to the assault rifles till tomorrow, because tonight I got a planned builds to show you. This is the second of them, second build. But tomorrow I'll probably get back into assault rifles because we're gonna be talking legendaries. Also status effect builds, legendary status effect builds. We gotta get through those as well. So we're gonna be a little underpowered at first again because we don't have trophies. So give us that. So there we go. Kill the red guy in a single shot. Not hard to do, but we also have the TAC 50. So remember to bust into the TAC 50. That's gonna give you that's gonna give you a scope when you need it, so you can take those range targets at range. Or oh, damn it. Fucking well, I don't have any heals yet, so it sucks. There we go. So one shot at an elite right there. We are without trophies. And so it's just a strong rifle, right? There we go, 13 million. So we already beat the D50, the Liberty, and we don't even have trophies yet, right? 14 million. So we're already stronger. Non-crit, we don't really want to be. I use the crits because that's the max potential number, and so it kind of cuts out a variable, even though we're not doing a crit build, but the reality is it's not a crit build, right? So we're going to be somewhere around, I don't know, what's my prediction? Probably about 15.8 million, I bet you, give or take, once we get all our trophies. Great build, though. Great build. Handles like a dream. Handles like a dream. It feels great. It's actually a lot easier to control after that D50. It feels like, wow. Like I'm on vacation from the D50. Oh, wow. That wasn't a headshot? Fuck you. So if you duff a headshot, pull out your TAC 50, you can get it in the, all of your stacks for that in a single shot. Ooh, do you think it's another memento? That'd be 2 today if it is. I think in the same zone, as a matter of fact. Got her. 13.6. Let's go get that boss. Need some trophies though. So we're doing no trophies. Really good, huh? Without having trophies. And so notice like the reload isn't painful because I one shot, one kill. Now if it took if I wasn't doing that, if I wasn't running Headhunter, we'd be reloading all the time because it would take multiple shots to kill these guys. Ah, he stole my kill. So we didn't one-shot the boss, but we'll be able to. Don't worry. We got to build up that damage a little bit more. Technically we have the damage. I don't know why, to be honest with you. Sometimes it's weird. Like, I mean, if we were killing non-elites with 13, 14 million, most bosses aren't that tanky. Most bosses are at about that anyways. Really? God, that was fucking far enough. God damn it. You know what I mean? The splash damage on this fucking game gets me on the nerves. Gets on my nerves. It's one of those things. Fix it. You're making it miserable for your player base. Let them have some fun. Fix that splash damage. It shouldn't be so fucking ridiculous. Yeah, we can try to point blank with this guy, apparently. Oh my god. Fuck you. Your shaky head. Oh, not you again. Fucking get away from me. That's what happens when you fucking miss a target like over and over again and get somebody running at your back, blowing up. Okay. Tweakers. You see the way they move? Like, I can't get a very robotic. Not smooth motions. It's like humans don't move their heads like that. We can't. And that's why you're always going to be an NPC. Oh my god. That's stupid. That's just stupid. Roberto, what's going on, brother? Thanks, tap that ass. Yeah. So, I've never been a fan of the F2000, you know, when it comes to the shield splitter, but with Striker being such a nicely powered set, I think it's worth checking into some of these weapons, see if we like them. But I gotta be honest with you, I've been sitting on that shield splinter ever since I got it years ago, you know. Never thought it was good. God, they're getting me to miss everything. Sometimes you go on these cold streaks and they get really frustrating. Like, I'm missing everything. And then you're landing everything too. Like, so it swings both ways, you know? It does. When you go on the cold streaks, you just gotta take a breath, man. You just gotta take a breath and be like, okay, gotta realign, slow it down, land these shots, patience, that kind of thing. Quit forcing it. Yeah, it's your second memento today. Oh. Today we don't need them. T-Tubes! Thanks for joining the Players Club, man. It's a good place to be. Hopefully you join us on Discord too. Appreciate the support, man. But Discord's awesome. It's a lot of resources there. Great community. Come kick it with us. Talk builds. Group up kind of stuff. We're not a raid exclusive Discord, and we're not a clan exclusive Discord, so you can just come hang out, or if you like to talk shop about builds, it's also a really cool place. Everybody's welcome. We got links dropping in the chat. There's also links on all my videos in the description area. So that was actually a really painful control point. It started out nice, and they were like really nice. That first wave was really easy, right? And the second wave was just a fucking nightmare. It all started by getting hit with those explosive dudes. So it's gonna happen. It's just gonna happen, and it's all happened to you before, and that might be what turns many of you off from these types of builds. It's just you go on these cold streaks, you know what I mean? But when you go on those hot streaks, man, they feel so good. You're crushing skulls. Love it.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
No, we get McJerk faces on Discord, but we'd like, you know, we got to give people room to, you know, give their opinions, but it's got to be done respectfully. You know what I mean? But let me tell you about people in the Division 2. Like, like if you've been around the Division 2 for a while, it's always really predictable. You know what I mean? Like, here's one. Like, there's these certain archetypes. Like, I wish I had like the filming capabilities to like make a mini movie about this, because it's really funny. Like, there are like our Division 2 player archetypes. One of them is like this really excited guy, right? You always see this guy. I'm sure you guys know who I'm talking about. You might see him in your clan or on another Discord, or maybe even seen him in our Discord or whatever in the game. But they're the guy that comes in and they're like really excited. They're like, yeah, I'm here and I'm gonna change the world. I'm excited. We're gonna whip everything into shape. We're gonna get all the raids. We're gonna get everybody's gear cleaned up. I'm gonna organize the chats, and then what ends up happening is they'll get frustrated because, you know, change takes time, and then they implode, and then they start calling everybody stupid. You know what I mean? And like, because change isn't happening fast to him, and they say that nobody's respecting him, and like, you know, you get these guys like that happens a lot, right? And you can see you know who they are from the very, very, very beginning, right? It's like they're always coming with this like it's an over enthusiasm. You know what I mean? And then, but they're a ticking time bomb, because when at the end, you'll see them be like, they turn into monsters, right? You're like, oh my God, they're absolute monsters. And so, you know, so we've had a few of those guys over time, you know what I mean? Like, we know what they look like, you know? And so, and then we've had trolls, and, the worst ones are usually the loudest, so that's how you can identify them, which is funny, you know what I mean? The most dangerous ones are usually the loudest, you know? But that's why we have mods, you know what I mean? We have mods, they're watching them, they're tallying the complaints, right? So we get complaints, we'll get complaints about community members, and they go to the mods and they stack up, and we don't necessarily address it with that community member. We put them basically on a watch list. Right, so we watch them, and then we start seeing community member complaints start rolling in from different directions, and then that's when we have to drop it. But what's funny is like I'm saying, for a lot of times it usually self-revolves, because they end up self-imploding. They self-destruct. They have a self-destruct button. So no, but so yeah, you know, we're not gonna, you know, like mute people. So it's freedom of speech kind of stuff. You know what I mean? We're not gonna, you know, take people's opinions away. That's not right. But things got to be done respectfully, and you can't make people feel like shit, and because you have to be right. That, you know what I mean? That's the worst. That's the one that I hate the worst. It's just like when people have to be right, or they have. I mean, there's those people that have to talk, like always have to talk, and it's just like, okay, you know, not much I can do about that. You know, he's gotta voice his opinion every time. But the ones are the ones that have to be right. It's like they have to be right, you know? They don't, you know, leave any room for somebody else to have an opinion, or any chance that there's a different perspective on something. But yeah, so no, I think so. It's the internet, I guess, is my point. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's the internet. So, but we do our best to promote a positive community, and that's what I say that, and that's why we keep our rules really simple. Don't be a fool. You know what I mean? Just don't be a fool. If you're not a fool, then you'll make it. And what I mean by a fool is like, it has nothing to do with builds or not knowing the game. It has to do with, let's like, you know, respecting the community. And you guys all know what that means. I think we're all supposed to be adults. We're all adults in this game, right? Like, there's not very many kids that play it. There's 15 million right there. But so that's what I try. That's where I do my part, where I try to repeat that message, and then I think it keeps a lot of the trolls away. You know what I mean? And we do get. I think a lot of the trolls maintain like a lurker status. You know. There we go. Just stood in front of that boss, killed him. Two and a half shots. Yeah. So because I repeat that message, like, you know, we're trying to build a really positive community, and the guys that are known to cause trouble usually know who they are. So. Oh, what? Fuck you. I just jumped far. I should have gone the other direction, huh? Yeah, that fire. You don't want to catch on fire because then you can't aim. So that's like the worst thing, right? Let me go back here. Like, it's not the damage. I can take the damage because I'm strong enough to kill through it. But, like, if you're on fire, you can't shoot. God damn, I can't land shit with my TAC 50 lately. The TAC 50 is your shortcut, right? You want to use that TAC 50. It's what keeps you from, it's saving you reloads, basically. 15.1. Don't be a fool. Yeah, we need to make that hashtag, huh, Reaper? Just don't be a fool. You know what it is, guys? Let me say this. Like, if you're going to join my community, just have good self-awareness. Know when you're being a fool. We're all fools. I'm a fool. You know what I mean? We're all fools at some points, but just have good situational awareness about yourself. You know what I mean? Self-awareness, right? Just like, and not everybody's good at that. It takes practice. I get that. You know, we all raised in different environments, but you know, that's the best way is to self-manage, I think. And the other thing is emotional intelligence. I think is really handy in communities, right? Kind of take a pulse on the crowd, know when you're irritating people, when maybe you should not say so many words. Is that asking too much though? Okay, let's land the TAC 50 shot. I haven't been able to land one in a bit. There we go. See, the TAC 50 is just such a shortcut. You really want to use it. Yeah, we were just saying that, huh, Reaper? Was that you? We were on the stream talking about that. Like, if you don't know, if there's a fool. Was that you that was saying that the other night? I think it was, right? Like, if you don't know who's the fool, it's probably you. Oh, god damn it! Where did that guy come from? Fuck! Came from behind me? Please don't step in the fire. Oh, you did. Hey, have you guys noticed they're actually doing a better job at picking you up? Where normally if they catch on fire, they give up. All week they've been doing a better job at taking a punch and still getting me up. That's one of the things that's been irritating me. It's just like, it's not that they don't get you up. It's fine if you know, I get it. They get punched, so they stop picking you up, but they never come back again. That's the part that irritates me. It's like, can we get him to come back again? He just gave up on his Division 2 agent who killed everybody for him. You know what I mean? Like, I got a 40 kill count. I'm collecting ears and shit on a fucking rope, and he's not gonna pick me up. He's gonna give up. It's like 40 to 1. I'm winning. Why isn't he picking me up? $14 million at distance. There we go. So we just did that elite control point. Yeah, bonus armor stops the burn too for a little bit as well until they burn through it. And once they burn through it, you can't aim. You'll catch on fire, but you can still aim as long as you have bonus armor. And then once that bonus armor breaks and you're down to your regular armor, all of a sudden you can't aim, and that sucks, right? Actually, I should collect that holster. I've been collecting less Citar Iraldi lately. Yeah, I do too, Grumpy. I think that's the purpose of the backfire. I mean, you can get creative with weapons, of course, but I think that like we have better weapons with better burst damage on them that outperform the backfire with whatever crit damage. I mean, you can put 400% crit damage, and I've done it, and these other weapons still do better, like the Vector and whatever. So I think that the point of it is like, it's just like the Heartbreaker set where I say the Heartbreaker is it's decent all red, but you might as well just use a Striker if you're gonna go all red. It does better. It stacks on everything. You have no limits. But if you were to put armor on the Heartbreaker build, well, it's really fun. It's exceptional. It becomes exceptional. And I think that about the backfire too. Like, the backfire is an exceptional weapon when you run hazard protection on it, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's what you're supposed to, not what you're supposed to, but you know, that's where it shines. It's encouraging you to do that, and still have 200% hedge, or 200. You're probably gonna have at least 220% crit damage, if not more. You know. And be 100% immune to bleed and 80% immune to fire and all sorts of other stuff, you know? I just wish that they did a better job with the mods. It's actually the mods where I think they failed. You know, like the attribute gives you, the secondary attribute gives you a larger magazine size. It's like, I don't need that. But they're saying sustained damage. That's what they're telling you with that. And technically less reloads. But it's not making a difference. You're bleeding to death anyways. You know, so that's not helpful. And then they give you weapon handling mods on top of that, and it's just like, or no, they give you a crit damage mod, and you're like, I don't need any more crit damage, Bill. Give me some crit chance. You know, it doesn't have enough crit chance. It's actually got one of the lowest crit chance factors on an SMG, right? When you run an SMG, most SMGs, if you got a full mod count, you usually walk in with all the crit chance that you need, like really close between your watch and a fully modded crit chance SMG. You don't have to run much, if at all, any crit chance on your build. You can go all into crit damage and then headshot damage and whatever else, you know? Not with the backfire. You end up having to load crit chance on your build too, because they gave you weapon handling mods and a larger mag. You know? It's like, fuck. So that's why I think it's a tank weapon, basically, is what we're saying. So, like, if you run it as a tank weapon, you're happy with it. If you try to run it like some weird, you know, world record crit damage build, you're gonna notice how much it lacks in burst damage. I do, and that's my biggest disappointment with this. It's like, oh, it lacks so much burst damage. Yeah, it gets strong, but as you guys know, you lose those buffs, right? You lose those buffs. Aww, come on, the stupid turret. Yeah, so those that you work really hard to get that headshot damage. I mean, that crit damage, and you lose it every 10 seconds. So that's really hard in open world stuff, and that's mostly where we spend a lot of time to maintain that. Don't you punch me. Anybody have any guesses on what that new game mode is, by the way? God damn it. What is this deal? All right, look, watch our heals come in. See that heal? Ooh, they're all coming now. So preservation gets us back up to where we need to be at the single kill. 20% armor is perfect, just so you know. So if you go from 0 to 20, that gives you the confidence to get back out of cover. And when you go below 20, you'll notice to watch your own gameplay. When you're below 20, you probably get right back into cover and until you heal up to about 20%, and then you get back out there again. It seems to be the factor, which is why you see things like entrench. Ooh, see that triple kill? Nice, quadruple kill. Power up. 13 million, almost 14. I don't know how we didn't kill her in one shot, to be honest with you. Oh, we don't have trophy stacks? Well, how did we run out of trophies? We didn't die. They've been doing that. Timing out and shit for no reason. Like all of them timed out. Like at the same time. Like that's not how the game played out, buddy. I collected them over an hour. Whatever. That was a shoulder shot. If you cycle in your pistol too, you know. Yeah, you can get out of cover. You can stay out of cover longer. Because your pistol can one-shot too. It's not just an average pistol. It's not like the TDI card. You can one-shot with your pistol. So they basically play out the same. And then that will cut down on your reloads too if you can remember to do that. You could also work into perfect finisher if you wanted to actually and put some... That's... If you're going to add crits to this build, that's probably how I would do it. Because you don't have the space on the attributes. You'd lose your handling, and handling is going to help with the reload if nothing else. So like here, I'll switch over to my pistol. And not land any shot, apparently. Yeah, this is actually one of my fun builds too. I usually run the, as another weapon, I'll run the White Death for the distance. Oh my God. Dodgeball. I'd play it. Dodgeball game mode. What could it be? What could it be? I was saying like one of my favorite things would be cool is like if you could turn on a global event to the whole map. You know what I mean? And that was the game mode. Instead of directives, like turn on a golden bullet. Just through like a map setting and come these rogues.
Rogue agent detected.
Let's get this guy while they're split up. Ooh, hit him at 15 million.
Rogue incinerator
Really? What? Where'd this fucking skill come from? Fucking magic because they're made of magic. God, them and their fucking skills, huh? Come on, we gotta land this. Oh, it's off by an inch. Got it. Fucking artillery. God damn it. One roguey down. I've lost my rogue fights earlier today, so I'm in to try to get one. It's their skills, man, those skills. It's always like an artillery turret, sniper turret combo. Oh, it's so annoying. Dang it, we had a nice little decoy there. I'm impressed with the work that these control point dudes have been doing today. Actually helping me out. Can't believe I'm saying that. Rob, connecting the past and if you're funny, man. I'm watching that. It keeps the time space continuum together. It's my. I have a tachyon meter that sits right next to me, so I harvest crystals for energy. Look, another memento. That's my third memento today, guys. Literally, my third memento today. No joke. Must be the headshots. That's 2 in the stream. That's 2 and 3 control points, actually, so. Okay, so CQB, no. Carbon 7, no. Whatever. They're not bad, actually, the rolls that they're giving me today. So there it is. Another memento. Let's go into the trash. Yeah, Reaper, people like that that chatterbox oxy build. It's crazy. Or the mechanic of it all, at least. Oh, there's no easy way over there, is there? It's got a Roosevelt, I guess. I don't want to build up all my trophies again. Harvesting enemy. Harvesting, yeah. The energy of dying stars, yeah. There's some good guys. There's some guys that did pretty good job. I mean, I didn't know them very well because they were kind of quiet, but like, there was that guy like I Am Fox or whatever. People really liked him. He had a kind of a small channel, right? But I remember people liking his builds, and I had seen a few of them, but he was kind of quiet, you know. He put out a build that was very. He wasn't very super consistent with it, right? It would be like just this random build every now and again, but they were good. They were good builds, you know. They were. I don't remember them being any particularly unique, but I think they were solid builds, right? I don't know how he didn't fucking die. Thought I had that headhunter talent proc. Now I do. Who else is good that's no longer here? Anybody remember people that left? A lot of content creators left the Division 2. There was Macho. I mean, I think he's done a little bit from here. He's mostly covering other games. I really liked Macho, man. Macho was one of the guys I used to watch a lot. I think he's funny. And he wasn't trying to be funny. He was just kind of like, he just had a really good personality. I just liked him. He wasn't like telling jokes or anything like that. But he's just entertaining. He's got a good following here on Twitch. $16 million right there. Where are they? Downstairs? There's one. Put him out of his misery. Ah! Don't catch me on fire.
Hostile detected.
Alright, I think we can go downstairs now. Yeah, Cold Boy, Marco Styles. I think Marco Styles left before I even started, because I never really got to see a new video from him. They weren't fresh. They were like, oh. This guy's gonna be annoying. It usually is. Still other guys in here? Let's go take them. Can't find these other guys. Where are they at? Fuck. Because you can use them to kill him even easier. So I'm just like running looking for. Oh, there's one. There you go. 9 million. What? How are you not dead? I must have hit him in the fucking elbow. Fuck. Of course. Yeah, I think Coldboy said that he's gonna could be covering the Division 2. I think he's gonna like team up with some people to cover the Division 2. Like a more like a collaboration coverage type thing. Not sure of the details, but sounds fun. We need him back. He's got a. I like his spirit. I like him. Where is everybody? Yeah, I never really saw much potential in Outriders. No, not messaging me. Somebody just mentioned it on chat, Reaper, on YouTube. Not so much to build the mechanic, you know, of that chatterbox oxy thing. Pretty unique. All these times you guys had your chatterbox sitting out there and you didn't know. What? So we're right on. 15 million. Didn't die. Oh, whatever, man. I made that fucking corner. Oh, you really had an angle on me? Oh. Yeah, I think it was somebody. Who was the one that brought up the... I'll tell you who it was. Somebody brought up the... chatterbox thing. Who was that in the chat? Was it you, Mr. Rob, or oh my god. I'm trying to scroll back, see if I can find it. I can't believe they just fucking let me die like that. After all, see what I'm saying? I mean, I killed everybody for them. They couldn't just pick me up real quick. Yeah, we ran a bunch of solo shotgun builds, Johnny Six. I saw that I missed your question as I'm scrolling through here. We ran them all now last week. I created a video on them actually, so you can check out the video. Here. Who's it? At Johnny Six. So at Johnny. Really fun builds, actually. There you go. I can't find that person who's mentioned that chatterbox. Yeah, sorry. So if somebody mentioned the oxidizer chatterbox, would you raise your paw? All right, let's see here. So really, I don't know if there's much to show more of this build, right? I think we did it. Oh, I just realized I left a really a good ME60. There's not much to show, but as you can see, I had amazing survivability, 20% armor on kill, basically. Ooh, that's a good one. It's got crits on it. I might already have it, but I'll save it. Oh, it was Mr. Rob. Yeah, Mr. Rob mentioned it. Thank you. Sorry, you might have said it already. He said he asked you yesterday, and you showed it to him, Reaper. So, yeah, Mr. Rob liked it. All right, so that is build 2. So the 1886 is definitely going to be on my list for next week for sure. I always run it, as a matter of fact. So, but how I run it, I usually on my secondary weapon, I usually gonna run the White Death, like probably like that with preservation, and so that'll be. So this is usually my lineup, and then I'll end up running like the Regulus. So it'll be something like that. So that's my lineup, and then you do want to swing in your TAC 50. It's a shortcut. The TAC 50 is a shortcut to buff your perfect headhunter, and you're gonna have more ammo than you need. So it's really hard to run out of ammo there. So like 1.1 million armor is pretty good. And when the event comes on, you know, you can experiment with more. I'm not gonna tell you how much more you need because it's just totally up to you, because I'm fine, I'm comfortable with 1.1, but I will run more. I'll probably run at least 1.3 million. Maybe even step it up to 1.5, because every time you pick up a trophy, you get bonus armor. And then if you got that bonus armor, you can run even further out. But sometimes the other way to do it is just to go ahead and run 1.3 million armor and then exchange some headshot mods for protection from elite, so your bonus armor just lasts longer. It's sort of the same thing, right? And then everything else can stay the same. I would stick with the memento for this. Again, doesn't disable. I get the regen on top of the 20% armor on kill. You don't have to though, if you didn't want to. I would definitely not run a shield with this. I think a shield will fuck you up and kill you. I think you'd rely on it too much, and this thing is an assault rifle, and then the shield would take too much damage, and when the shield is bouncing, you're not landing good shots, and then the shield would break, and then you'd get dizzy, and then you'd die. So don't run a build. I saw somebody running that in a video, and I thought that was ridiculous. So TAC 50, do this. You need that for the handling. You need it for you're gonna run directives most likely, so you want the ammo regen that comes with it too if you're playing from cover. But yeah, I could, as you can see, I could run and gun with this thing, and it's because I got a good handle on it, and I got a good handling on the build. So I got 3 weapon handling mods attributes maxed out here. See that? So that's 24% total weapon handling on top of the 15% stability this is giving me. I feel like that's good. More than that is, if you run, I mean, the only thing that I would do if I was running a backpack, a standard backpack, I'd probably have a weapon handling mod there also, attribute there also, and step it up. But this is fine. I wouldn't replace any headshot damage for it. Now you can have more fun. You can start adding armor regen instead of headshot damage, because you're gonna be so powered up from the event. You can start adding regen, but at the same time, you're gonna get the green cloud, which is also gonna heal you. So I am using my Regulus too. I just didn't feature it, Grumpy. So I just didn't feature it in that. But when I am using this build, I'm absolutely using all 3. And so I had the D50 when we were just running, just because I was mostly highlighting the rifle. But this is like basically a cowboy build, and so I would actually cycle through all 4 of these weapons. Absolutely use all 4. So I'd kick off the fight with the TAC 50, and then I'd use the rifle primarily, and then when I jump in front of a spawn or a group of enemies, then I'll whip to my pistol. Or if I get stuck in a reload and I got somebody in front of me, I'll whip to my pistol. And then I use the marksman, the White Death, only when I have to. basically when I got an enemy way out there and I don't want to use the special ammo. So that's the only time I use the White Death. So I rarely use the White Death, but it does come into play. So really easy to build. You know, all these pieces, you probably all have Chain Killer and Foxes and Contractors, and again, you're getting 20% armor on kill right off of this. So it's just about putting the underlying regen and then making sure your armor's in balance. So that's a build, really easy to build. And I just encourage you to stay away from a shield. I think it's smarter just to play from cover instead of using a shield with this one. So it can be like demoralizing, this 1886 sometimes, right? Like if you're missing a lot of shots or whatever, but once you get into a rhythm, you just, you know, you're on fire with it. And then you have these little cold streaks. So just, you know, take a breath. Take a breath. Now, somebody asked me earlier, why not the M1A? The M1A is not as strong. You can, so what I'm after is the one shot, one kill. That's what I'm after. It's the fastest DPS in the game. One shot, one kill, one shot, one kill. And so the M1A, it's got a slow reload also. And you can get it to one shot, one kill in perfect scenarios where you have like the right series of enemies standing in front of you, which is not usually the case in legendary, I mean in heroic content. So like the whole second wave is all elites, for example, and so that's really difficult for an M1A to do it, but you can do it. You can whip out your TAC 50, nail the guy in the head, and then whip out an M1A, and usually going to need a weapon damage talent on top of that on the M1A to do it, and then you're gonna have to go all in on damage, basically, is what ends up happening. So you're not gonna end up having armor on kill and stuff like that, because this is a stronger weapon than the M1A. The M1A has better DPS, or does it? On a per mag capability, I mean, it does, assuming you're, you know what I mean, if you're spamming shots. But the reality is, an 1886 with the Headhunter is one shot, one kill. So, you know, if you were to include that in a DPS conversation, it doesn't get any faster than that one bullet. You know, but you can, but my point is, you can do it with an M1A. You can get into some lucky situations where you're chain killing, headshot chain killing with the M1A, but it's not consistent. So, but you know, 1, 2, 3 shot, you know, 1, 2, 3 shot. Plus you put on the scope on that thing. So there's that. There's that. Do I even have it? Let me see if I even have it here. Might be on my other character. I never really have it in my main character. We're actually going to go to rifles anyways, so back to rifles also. Yeah, I don't have it here, but yeah, it's possible. It's possible. It's just, you know, not a big fan of the M1A. Okay, let's take a look at these USCs. So, steady-handed is one that I like to roll with. MK17 is also a really good one. It is one step below. So it's M1A classic, M1A CQB, and then the MK17 when it comes to power. So if you want to run rifles, give this one a shot. It's also got a really cool skin. And you can put a scope on it if you want to. What scope do I want to put onto it? Optimal range, headshot damage. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with it. I would normally run crits on this one just because of the mag thing. I could span a trigger, but let me see if I got that. Let me see if I got that set up. I would actually run, yeah. So it's a different setup with this one. This one is gonna break the headhunter thing, if I remember right. So I go to this one. So I go focus into this one, and then that gives me so much power. I end up having a lot of flexibility. So we could put 20 rounds and put 40. I think 40 rounds on a rifle is sort of overkill, but you know, there you go. The other thing is, like, if you actually drop the memento and put on the coyotes, then you get your crit chance up real fast, you know, and you can spare your build with other things if you're willing to do that. So let's put this crit chance mod here. And then we got headshot damage here. Let's see if I got a better knee pad. I'd probably have to re-roll that. Don't carry too many extra walkers or foxes. Let me see here. There's an armor one. I'll take that. We need to get our armor up anyways. Boom. Love it. Okay, let's see if we have an armor or crit damage version of the contractors. We do. Beautiful. So there's our 1.1 million. Switch to that. And then we got the right scope. So police MK, and then vigilance. Get double group. I'm trying to figure out which piece I want to swap. Probably need a walker here, or another Raleigh. The equation actually stays the same. I think it's no, it's a walker. Walker is what we want. That's what we want. Let's see if I have this. There it is. Let's see here. Walker. Cool. Yeah, you like that skin? I like that skin too. I think it's pretty cool looking. It's a baby ape. All right, so you can run double walker and get more damage to armor. So rifles give you that crit damage to targets out of cover. So would be nice to have another multiplier like more damage to armor. What do we got right now? 8%, not the worst. I just don't think I have a walker backpack. I'd have to test to see which one pans out to be more. Yeah, I don't know. Am I back? Am I officially back? I don't know. I think so. It was weird. Everything just blinked and got a bunch of attitude out of that. It didn't like what I said, whatever it was. Let's not say those words. Okay, sorry about that. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. I don't know what that was. My CPU's at 7%. Internet's at crazy high speeds. Huh. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're talking backpacks. I wanted, we'd have to test in the testing range and whether Grupo or a second walker pan out. One would pan out over the other. But I do have this one here. Let's just go ahead and keep Grupo, and then we'll test in the testing range in a while. Where's our crit chance? 55, so we're good there, so we can roll crit damage here. And then, so chance, crits, as you would expect. And then I'm running steady hands, so I don't need any weapon handling. This is gonna be fun. So it's really good on the MK. Now sometimes I run a little bit of weapon handling on some of these just to kind of give it a boost. But you know what I mean? Like if it's got really bad handling. Let's see which way am I going here. I'm going that way. Scott, good morning. Morning to my people hopping in from those European time zones. You are who I am tracking down on this beautiful day. I am doing a crossover time zone stream. So yeah, I started late in hopes that I catch the people in their morning, getting their toast in the morning. We did a stream this morning, in my morning, which would have been your yesterday evening. And so I caught the evening folks, and now I'm trying to get the morning folks. Yeah, I like the 6 CQB. It's really good. I'm still waiting for a better version. Apparently, the game doesn't want to give me one. But with this event, you're gonna like a couple of them that you probably rarely use. The MK is one of them. The USC 45. We're gonna break that out too. So we need to find that little drone operator lady. She's gonna be our threat because she'll throw some at our ankles. Oh, now what? Oh, she's up there. Look how many stacks I have. 47 stacks, so it's becoming a laser, right? No recoil. It's absolutely, so it's good. It starts out a little bit rough, so if you don't like the way it starts out, then add more stability, but it becomes an absolute laser. There's no bounce. Look at that, no bounce. We're halfway to full. So 100 stacks is a 100% accuracy and stability. And then it'll give you an auto reload. Come on, dude. So once you're kind of like at about 40%, that's like basically braced levels, right? Then just start doing nothing but headshots. Just get the most bang from your buck there. You know what I mean? Feels really good. Now I like this talent better than it doesn't work on the M1As because the M1As don't have a large enough mag. So you're reloading all the time with the M1As. So there's a boss. We're wailing on him, right? Look at that boss. Okay, now we reset. You see the recoil? We still killed him because we were on point, but we wailed on that boss, and but you can see when it turned off, you saw the recoil. It just started bouncing all over the place. So when you don't have it, just then go back to your body shots, get some stacks, you know, and then you'll start to feel it and get to a comfortable place for you, and then you can start going for pure headshots again. It'd be interesting to see what this feels like with brace on top of it. Like, you're basically paying for him cover anyways. So it's good. Now I'm back to where I needed to be. Where I'm at. 36 stacks. So yeah, about there. There you go. Those guys all died. Steady hands. Don't sleep on steady hands, guys. It's a really good talent. I discovered it in season 8, really. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, there's still things to learn in this game, even if you've been playing it for years. And it's not that I didn't know it was there. I just didn't like it before, and now I love it. I don't know. Acquired tasting. Or it's probably like a lot of it's probably at some point you start like, you know, I'm sure like when you start this game or when you're early on, maybe it's through influence reasons, maybe it's not, but people are always like, it's obliterate and it's glass cannon and then it's brace and then it's nothing else, right? And then once you get more experience, you start testing out these other things and you're like, hey, this is actually really good. Like fast hands is another one that we've been using lately, right? And that one's really good too. Like fast hands is amazing, right? And I've been using measured, and I was using strained for so long, and so we don't have any form of heals on here, so that's a downside. But the way I look at it is like we're actually playing from distance most of the time because I got the scope, but we don't have to, you know. But it does, so it's kind of fun to switch it up because we got the other ones that are playing it nice and tight, you know, with the 1886 and the pistol builds, and so it's nice to have one it's playing a little more from range, medium range, that is. So it's a variety here that I'm demonstrating, but if you don't like playing the scope, you don't have to at all. You know what I mean? Just you change your chest. I wouldn't run obliterate. I think with these they have a hard time stacking. What would I run on the chest? I guess you could go braced, and then you would change your weapon talent to you know, you can do anything. Breadbasket, rifleman. I like rifleman. Actually, we're gonna test that one too. Artist tool, perfect rifleman on the CQB. It's a great weapon. So we're hitting over 1 million there. So we got full stacks basically. Oh, actually, we got too much. We got too much crits on our build. I just realized. I normally roll into the Cheska. So we got to take some crit chance off of our build. We got too much crit chance on our build. This should be hitting way harder. You know what I mean? Because we're playing at distances over 15 meters, over 20 meters. That's the point. That's why I ran the Coyotes mask. The Coyotes mask is because I don't want to put crit chance on my build, basically. That's why I'm running the Coyotes. I want to play deep. So we got to fix that. We're undervalued here. With that being said, you could add armor on kill if you wanted to. But there's a lot of times where you're not really taking any damage because we're playing, again, so deep. And sometimes you do. And so I've found, like, with a lot of rifle builds that aren't running and gunning, because 1886 was a rifle build, that we were good with the armor kits that we have. That's all we need. A couple armor kits. I feel like sometimes it can feel like a waste to put armor on kill on it. Where's this guy? Where is he? God, just sitting there? So there's almost 2 million right there. So this chest piece is for sale right now in the countdown vendor. So if you don't have one, go get it. It's basically an essential. I run it on so many builds. Strongest assault rifle builds carry it too. 2.1 million. And no recoil. Another exotic. Holy shit, it's raining exotics today in the open world. Why do you think that is? Headshots? XP? What is that, number 5 today? In the open world? Just casually playing too. See, I got 3 mementos today. So I think that's 4. $2.1. Yeah, this is an amazing build. This is an amazing build. If you're a relaxed player, this is going to be your go-to probably for this event. And you know, we're underpowered, so it's about to get stronger as soon as I clear this guy. It's going to get stronger in a minute. Grumpy, I know the feeling, man. Grumpy says, I don't like running an Heraldi basically on a rifle build because, you know, because it fundamentally just doesn't make sense, but damage numbers it does. Like, it's like it's hard to chew on that sometimes. I get it. I'm the same way. Like, I don't want to run it just for principle's sake. I'm not running a marksman rifle, so I'm not going to run that chest piece because I'm not running a marksman rifle. Principle, damn it, principle. Why do they do that? You know what I mean? Why don't they just make it? Well, I get it, you know. They can't make it ultra flexible. So let's see what we got. Tardigrade. Boo. So I'll dump it. Junk it. Yeah, I think it's 4 exotics today. All on stream, though. I feel lucky. So we're gonna replace the power. So we're underpowered. So you know, with this one, I think that steady hands is the way to go. And we're gonna try it on some of these other builds too. I mean, you're playing from cover. Here's the deal. There's another pristine. You're playing from cover, so I see how braced could be appealing to you. The difference is that steady hands doesn't force you into cover. So if you do end up having to run and gun because of a circumstance, then you have that capability. But also, keep in mind, it's 2x braced. It's 2 times the amount of brace, perfect brace, right? It's more than perfect brace. It is 100% accuracy and stability. Now, it doesn't give you reloads, but I'm not worried about it. We're playing a rifle. 2.2 seconds is fine, right? So, and it's got 40 rounds in this rifle. I mean, come on. So, you know, that's way stronger. This is perfect focus is stronger than any weapon talent you can put on there, I think, right? 60% weapon damage. Nothing gives you 60% weapon damage on your gun. So this is better than braced on your chest, and this is better than braced on your chest too. So it just makes more sense to flip flop it like that. It opens up perfect focus for you. I don't know. So, actually, let's go and dump that. Let's clean this up, and let's fix our damage, because we got too much crit chance. So, and what I mean is, like, we're really playing at that. We're definitely over 15 meters at all times. And as you can see, and for most of that, we were even over 25. So with these rifle builds, I usually like to play into that 25 plus range, even though I know that they fall in sight underneath that sometimes, but I'm okay with losing. So I'll find the balance. Let me show you. So basically, I'm going to take all the mods at least and turn them into crit damage. So where's that put me at right there? So 43. So when they're over 25, we'll be at between 53 and 60% basically, right? If I just keep it there, 53 and 63%. So that's perfect. So then 53 in the worst case scenario, you get it? 53 is worst case scenario. So, well, worst case scenario is if they're standing in front of your face, but you're gonna get 25% crit hit damage. So worst case scenario is actually 43, but you're gonna make up for that with crit damage. So up here, there's a couple of things you could do. This is something that I often do, and I'm going to do this right for you right now. So I think that 40 rounds in the mag is sort of excessive for a rifle like this. And so sometimes what I do is because I'm running steady hands, it actually allows me to put the 20% stability mod on. And so what that does is that gives my weapon better control when I'm at 0 stacks, and then it becomes godlier faster. So let's try that and see if we like it. And then I'm gonna change one of these to crit hit damage, but we could also change it to accuracy, but that's gonna put me worst case scenario at 38. And then let me show you how that performs. But again, I'm playing flank, I'm playing deep. That's how I'm trying to roll with this. I got the 8x scope on a rifle, so that's where I want to live. I need ammo, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what happened to this control point down here. Did we die? Oh, we did. That's right. Yeah. Yeah, Jam. I'm on Xbox. Oops, kids, you don't like the M1A CQB? Either do I. I mean, I liked it when I first picked it up. I actually went to that first. So I started with the Artist Tool. That was my favorite rifle up first. And then I went to the M1A CQB and then the M1A Classic. And never really liked the M1A Classic. I never liked it. Never liked it. And then the CQBs is kind of annoying. Their reloads are really annoying on those things. Just always reloading. And that's why the Artist Tool is really cool. The Artist Tool is another one that pulls out. I didn't grab it apparently. It's got a big mag like this one too. I think it's got 40 rounds in it. So we made a smaller mag exchange so that we can get better handling right out of the get-go. Oh, wow, someone's next to me. Oh, and I got hit by a lawnmower that ran me down. Oh, my Lord. I don't have any trophies right now, so we need to pick those up. Oh, wait, I'm not running a memento. Memento. Yeah, I used Lucky Shot. It was sort of, sometimes I felt like it was the only way to go. And then I stopped using it. What did I use in the end? What was the talent I was using on in the end of that thing? M1As. But yeah, Lucky Shot is super helpful so that you can just keep pulling the trigger and not have to reload as much. I like it on the SVD too. Lucky Shot. Look at that thing. Laser fucking beam. And it just reset. Nope, we're good. Look at that. So 1.4 million, 1.4 million. 1.5. Here's a full crew. 1.6. We're getting disabled a lot here though. Need more aggro. Yeah, here we go. Decoy out. Let's get that out. 2.5. 1.64. It's a lawnmower lady. Nearby. 1.678. Okay, we reset. .2 on the head. We can get these guys coming from multiple directions, I think. Better move. Instead of jumping over that wall. I think there's a convoy. $2 million right there. 2.2 again. Wondering if we can get over 3 million with the setup here. Who are they shooting at? Over there. .4. So I think the highest we've seen is 2.5 so far. .4 again. Don't you do it. Ah. Fucking rushers. Ooh, look at this guy with a good angle on me, huh? Ah, oh, got me. Get a good angle, good aim. Is anybody out there? Come get me. Is he dead or something? Oh, he is. God damn it. 2 control points in a row, these guys. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna use the Dread Edict too. I think, Grumpy. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna whip it out too. It's a good time to use it, get that weapon handling buff. I think I used it last season. No, I didn't. It was a regular SVD. I think that's when we whipped it out. We broke it out and said, hey, let's use this thing. It's like, it's really fun. I mean, you're going for headshots anyways, right? Like, yeah, we're gonna try a couple other rifles to go along with this. I should have just grabbed them just then. I have one of them here though, but I forgot to grab the artist tool. I like that one. Just a lot of headshots are gonna come into play with that thing, and they're gonna hit really hard. It handles like a dream. Oh, I wanted to jump. Fuck. Where are they coming out of? They're coming out of this building, or? Why? Why are they pulsed? I'm annoyed. There you go. I wanted to see if I could do it before you got me, but if he wouldn't, if he wasn't disabling my talent, we would have probably pushed through. He was stealing damage.
Supply room access unlocked.
Could be interesting. Run a high armor regen, 2 golems. Maybe the memento. 1 bellstone. I don't know if I'd want to do the Murakamis. I think it might be a waste, but you could. Okay, so I think you get the idea of this rifle. Strong as F. And then we'll just make a quick rotation here. Because remember, you're gonna get a power lift. So here's USC A45 with steady hand, so basically the same setup. It's a little lower, but like the RPMs, right? Amazing. And it handles worse. So we could do the same thing. Decrease the mags, but it's got a higher RPM, so I'm gonna go and keep those for the moment. So it's down a mod, keep that in mind. So it's actually a great weapon though, and we'll show you that. Yeah, they get hurt from that cloud too, so they're gonna, yeah, definitely be weakened. Good point. And then you're gonna take heals from that cloud. You don't even need regen. I mean, it helps, but and you get, and what else you get? You get handling, right? You get more weapon handling out of the whole dealio when you're in the cloud. It boosts your weapon handling too, so it's all around buff. And the only thing they get is extra numbers if you're not killing with the headshots, which is fine by me. I'll take the little extra kill XP, but it's not usually a problem. Very rare do I run into a situation where like, oh, they just keep getting up. Perfectly lined up with that pull, isn't he? Yeah, it can get a little too thick for you. Two headshot kills real fast. So very forgiving on the headshot front, right? Like, just pull that trigger really fast. So you like this high RPMs because that means faster, steady hands, right? You can get there to your peak faster in theory. What do you think so far? I mean, pretty good. So the only thing I swapped out was the gun. It's a good gun. Look at that with steady hands. Look at that. It goes deep. Look at that. Oh, and you can shield glitch with this, by the way. It's a great gun. I never knew this about the gun. I'd have been avoiding it for like light years. Light years I've been avoiding this gun. And we picked it up last season and we were like, let's make a build for it. We got to make a build for it, right? And we ended up coming up with a crazy build. Interestingly enough, I think we ended up going technician, and I don't know why. I was looking at the old build and I was like, God, we went technician with it. We tinkered around for a long time, and so it must have been. I'm guessing it was for spotter, but that was before Perfect Spotter came out. So look, we're at 95 stacks right here, right? So it's gonna get us 1.8 million. We got that lady, you see that? And then we reset. And we got a reload in there from that too. Little extra bonus. You got a really nice RPM. So again, this is gonna be about living or hating this weapon is just about you finding a really nice place to park it. So I think we went spotter because just to get out of scope. And so then I think we were running like the ACOG to get more duration out. I can't remember exactly, but I don't remember why we wanted to get out of scope. rifles, it makes a lot of sense. I mean, look at this boss go bye-bye. I mean, the easy mode on bosses. These builds suit a lot of players because, you know, not everybody's this aggressive run and gun. I gotta stand in front of this guy's face with a pistol, and then dive before he blows up. You know, so. And the cool thing is like they're really enjoyable too. Like you play close in, you don't have to play at deep ranges. The RPMs helps you play it close in, right? So I won't go upstairs. I'm gonna play from downstairs here. You can run this with the memento. I probably would actually. If I decide to play close in with this one, then I'd probably take off the coyotes and run the memento. But with that accuracy, you'll be dangerous at close range and at distance. So as you can see there, so that's half stacks. And so at close range, you're going to be dangerous because you'll be able to put them right in their forehead at 400 RPMs. It's light, unless there's a light in your face. Oh, you got a grenade off. Run. They broke that armor. Like, you see what I'm saying? They broke that armor so easy. Like, don't you really feel like I might as well be running glass cannon? They hit pretty hard. So you see what I mean by when they step up to you, it's not a problem. You can take them, even in scope. And that's because your handling is so smooth. So, you know, with a lot of weapons, when you're running the scope, it's really difficult to take in those close targets because your weapon handling is like not as smooth as this. Yeah, this is the USC. 4 to 5. 400 RPM. So it's fastest rifle in the game, I think, right? There's 3 of them that are all basic. 2 of them, huh? I think it's this and the Merciless are both the fastest, I think. And then the ACS is, I think, right behind it, I think. Sound right? Urban MDR. Oh, look at there's the snitch. Yeah. This is fun. I like breaking this one out from time to time. Lately, sort of new to me. Anybody out there using this thing? Yeah, so I started collecting these now, so I got a few of them now. This guy's everywhere. So yeah, so I got headshot damage and crit on it, and then steady hands, and it really synergizes nicely with steady hands, even better than the other one because of that 420 RPM. Yeah, that's right, 420 RPM. So fast. It does not work with Striker, in case you're wondering. It's still not fast enough to maintain stacks. Status of the Seeker. Oh, that's cool. Like, it'd be good with spiked too, because you'd be able to. I mean, steady hands makes it feel better. I mean, that's 38% accuracy and stability right there. So that's a third of the way of its potential. And as you can see, it's pretty small little bounce to that ounce.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
So yeah, if I remember right, it does take the spotter mod, so you can run this as spotter. The Urban MDR is actually a really nice rifle too. I've run that. Kind of same concept, similar in concept.
Reinforcements incoming.
Oh, I was standing up in foam? Fuck, I didn't realize.
Agent killed.
Oh, you just watched that rifle video? Yeah, the Ranger's rifle one? The Ranger's rifle? Yep.
Hostile control point nearby.
The Ranger series. I had a lot of fun doing the Ranger series. It was really interesting. I learned a lot, you know, just picking up one rifle weapon after the other and farming them all out and just kind of deciding which one I like best. Rifles I'd never touched before, you know, basically. Trying to figure out their value. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was, you know, the ACS was probably a big surprise on the rifle, on the assault rifle, on how I didn't know I would like it as much as I did. I like it a lot. I mean, that thing, just, you can shoot to the back of a legendary checkpoint and just land all your shots. It's amazing. And it's strong, kind of slow, but not like, it doesn't feel horrible. It's steady. Like, who knew I would like the ACS, USC, I mean. Who knew I'd like this thing? I'd been trashing it forever. Oh, they're gonna come in behind me, aren't they? Yeah. So you can get out of cover and carry that weapon handling with you, as like we just did. So that's one way to play into this. So when you start getting into that number that makes you comfortable on your stacks, right now I'm at 60, then you can start running and gunning if you wanted to, and actually pull it off in scope with a rifle. give that a try. Let's go get ourselves killed. What I like about steady hands is that misses don't count, right? Like they don't take away your stacks, or it's not bullets, it's hits. Reheal. The only thing is the way I have this build spec'd out. You know, spec'd into the coyote, like the memento, if you're gonna be pushing a little bit harder, might be better. And then just get your crit chance up back up. Otherwise, you're gonna be playing at 15 meters plus. So 19 stacks. Oh, that turret's in a nasty place. I heard him setting it up too. See you next time. Reset the stacks. Gotta reload. Clown, huh? The way he was moving, like a clown, just jumping, diving.
Supply room access unlocked.
JR, what's up, bro? Now the M1A2QB is on the list. We were talking about it earlier, Scoggin. I don't use them. I don't use the M1As though, but they're strong. Strongest. We did a whole video on it. It wasn't a build video. It was a rifle video, and Rifles are an interesting category because there's actually a lot of options, and the strongest weapons in the game are in that category, which would be the M1A Classic and then the CQB. And they actually are best at range too. They 100 meters. They reach 100 meters. And then the MK 17, and then I think from there. Can't remember what was next on the list as strongest. But one of the reasons why I personally avoid them is I don't really enjoy the small mags, and like we discussed, you could just avoid that with Lucky Shot if you want to also. And then you're probably running Brace on your chest, or you could also run Focus if you like your handling. I might have an M1A laying around somewhere. Ah.
Agent killed.
Let's go pull out the artist tool. What up, Just Freezy? Let's see. You missed lots of pistol builds. I think. Wait, where did we start, guys? Yeah, we started with the pistol shield build. That was pretty amazing. And then we moved into rifles. So then we went to the 1886, and then we went to the MK17, and then we did the USC 45. And so now we're about to whip out something different. Oh, it's really dark. Come on, there you go. Hit the lights. So the artist tool is going to be up next. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, and then I mean, it's basically the CQB is like kind of in the middle of the road, but it's nice. It's like I don't know, a list of 10. It's there like 5 or 6, and then it's on the right here. So it's at 320 RPM, 214. It's a little bit higher than base weapon damage, but not by a whole lot. Let's get it modded out here. What did I mod? Did I run? So 20% reload. Let's put 20 rounds in it. Crits and scope. All right. And so it's got perfect rifleman, which is obviously only available for rifles. Landing headshots at a stack bonus of 11% weapon damage. So that's 66% total available weapon damage. That's crazy. On top of 60% coming out of focus. What do you need? You know, it's all the power you need. So, and it handles like a dream too, which is why I like it too. It handles better than that USC. So running sharpshooter for stability and more headshot damage. It's nice to have. You get that little perk, and also a little buff to your ammo regen, which can be handy if you are running certain directives, certain places. I'll probably want to, it really depends on the build. Like it changes. Like if my secondary usually ends up being the Regulus on a lot of them, if I'm not running an exotic. Otherwise, like the White Death ends up being a secondary also. So like a sniper rifle, if I'm running a regular rifle. So I think like the way I have it is basically what you'll see here. Like, so if I'm running the 1886 or the artist tool or the USC or whatever, then I'll run the White Death and then I'll run the regular. And then the TAC 50. So I feel like I'm really well armed here. You know, I'll use all 4. I will be using the TAC 50. I'll be playing into that. But like semi-autos or fully autos. I probably won't be running many of those, but there will be a couple of specific builds, and I'll actually show them before we get to the event. But I will have a couple of very specific fully auto builds, playing off the Bighorn and the Eagle Bearer. So here is the artist tool.
Reinforcements en route.
So it's got a little bit of a bounce there to it, so it's not bad though. It's really controllable. So, you know, you can roll maybe 1 or 2 weapon handling mods and get rid of that attributes, or run it on your weapon. I often do that too, because you got some really good weapon modifiers, right? So like, do a little bit of crits and get and win back some stability, and it could be pretty amazing. Instead of losing an attribute on your build. God damn it! Come on, let me jump, let me climb. God, this game. God damn it!
Agent vital signs 0.
Here, I'll show you in a second. Yeah, I'll be running shotgun. I'll be dedicating full days to shotguns as a primary. Full days. Okay, so what I wanted to do is, okay, that's the only mod we have, I think, for stability. Yeah, because it's limited on mods, but it's got a cool skin. All right.
Reinforcements in place.
So where's my crit chance at now? 33. I probably need to increase it somewhere. There you go. Oh my god, these guys. Give it a rest, buddy. So there's 3 stacks, so we're at 33% damage bonus. I can't see the heads though, so that's not helping. There's one. Four. 2.5. Oof. It's stronger than MK right there.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So this is the artist tool, which is giving us 66% damage, stacking on headshots. If you can see their head. really a threat when they push in on you. And so you might want to play into that more. Because you can have a lot of quick headshots in succession. And so you might want to play in that 15 to 25 meters and kind of tailor your build to that. Where I'm playing in the fog and at distance and I don't even see ahead. I'm like blind shooting. I thought that was a guy for a second. Like, how are none of those were headshots? They're all over the place. Like, damn. Chasing them. Like, if you think about this, you could run brace on this one and feel just like the USC, right? Or the MK17. You're flipping it around. So if focus gives you 60% and we were running steady hands, right? And this one, the weapon talent gives you 66% weapon damage. And we're running focus. This one's gonna technically have more power on it, higher power output, but the other ones we were rolling into weapon handling with that steady hands talent. This one doesn't have that, although it's not a bad weapon just as it sits. That's part of the reason why. But you could get rid of focus and run brace on this one if you wanted to. And it's the same concept as we were running earlier if you do it that way. You're just kind of turning it on its head a little bit. You're putting the steady hands on the chest by running focus instead of steady hands on the gun. Oh my god, these guys, what are they doing? They don't want to come get me and I don't want to go get them either. Okay, I'm gonna have to go get them. That's what they wanted. Hope they're happy. Oh, good target. Very good target. We like these guys. Like, this thing actually does really well against Chungas too. So easy to stack on their heads, just slow. Those are headshots, right? You saw that. And it, like, I don't get the credit for them. Oh, I did because it cleared. Okay. It just delayed. Yeah, I like the 3.4. That's what I was thinking about it. Like, the ACOG scope is nice because it's pretty flexible, right? Gives you a nice wide view. But it would be nice to run the 3.4 and just get some precision out of it. Let's see if I have that chest. There it is. So there we go, 50% crit chance. You would want to probably run 50% crit chance and play it a little tighter. You don't got as much zoom power. Plus, you got nice RPMs and a big mag, so why not? The classic M1A is the strongest rifle in the game, so it goes well. I think this comes down to a little bit of a preference thing. What do you want out of it? I personally don't like the reload or the handling on the weapon, or it's a slow reload. It's often a reload, and I don't like the handling or the weapon cadence. But it is the strongest rifle in the game. Well, best DPS. Well, I keep saying that because 1886 is stronger and it kills an enemy with a single shot. But for those who aren't great at headshots, it's the best. It's got quite a bounce on it though. There's that. Look at that shit. Wow, there was absolutely no bounce in that. It just eliminated. It's overkill, right? Do you see the overkill part? So we get 10% weapon handling for running two-piece Petrov, and then we got 50% from perfect brace. So that's what's that giving us? 45 plus 50%, so we're 95% stability on this thing. So yeah, it's a little overkill, but cool for killing. It sort of comes, can you handle the Virginian? I say yes, it's the one that I use. I use 1886, the unnamed version. I like it better. But yes, that 1886 variation is what I go to instead. It's my favorite rifle in the game, actually. And then there's so many good options with there's a lot of people that like the lightweight M4 actually, which is surprising, but a lot of people like that. But there's a lot of large mag alternates. There's so many rifles in this game. Like, if you're a rifle guy, there's so many to choose from. You don't have to keep it stuck on the M1A, but the M1A is gonna put out the best DPS, or does it? I keep saying that because I do one shot one kill 1886 builds, which is the Virginian. But I use the unnamed version. I like the unnamed version, and I run it with preservation. And we started with that as a rifle build today, and we were one-shotting everything basically. And it feels great. This thing is a fucking laser. And so this weapon's got 40 in a mag, so that's gonna be definitely helpful, right? Ooh, don't hit me. God damn it. I don't know how we lived through that, but I gotta fucking heal. I literally don't know how we lived through that. He punched me hard. God, they're everywhere in here. This is sort of a shitty control point for rifles, actually. It's kind of a tight little box. And of course, that dog is not going to shoot at the true sons, only me. Why? How? How is there foam up here right now? Where are these guys go? I need to kill that foam guy. He's irritating everybody. uncomfortable fight. The weather's bad. It's kind of humid. They keep like avoiding dying. It's not working towards Brace's favor, right? Basically, standing still, staying in the same spot. A little too close in. Yeah, feels kind of boring this way, but it works. It's strong. You want to back it up and yeah, it's weird. It's just like sometimes it's just not. There's nothing wrong with the build. You know what I mean? There's nothing physically wrong with it. Sometimes it just doesn't feel fun. You know. I mean, I think I find that about Brace a lot. Like I feel like Brace. I find that like when I use it. It doesn't feel fun. There's a few builds that it does, like it can feel good on like the Pestilence. I mean that doesn't move, but I still like steady hands better. I don't know why. I'd rather have steady hands and focus.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Go the way to run. Come on, man. Don't run like a circus clown. Doesn't look good. Gotta look good when you run. Out of ammo. I was just thinking about that. I was like, I could see this weapon running out of ammo. That's exactly what happened. And it's because you're going for the head, which is a small target, which means you're missing a lot of shots, which means it takes more bullets to kill the enemy, more mag cycles. That's the problem with it, the headshot thing. And so I think that's the problem. It's like by removing focus, you're limiting it to headshots to get your damage, which is fine because we're getting our headshots that way anyways. But where focus works is that it gets you the 60% damage as long as you're in scope, which we're also doing. But if it doesn't require you to always get to land a headshot before you get the damage. It gives you the damage until you land a headshot. Maybe you miss all your shots, maybe you don't, but you do have the damage. It's available. And so that's why we see ourselves running out of ammo here. It's because I have to get those headshots. I don't have to, but in order to get full damage, I need to get those headshot cycles. And so I'm going for very small targets at distance, and it's not a sniper rifle. So even though it's got a lot of precision, that target is moving. And so I'm having to cycle through lots of mags just to take out a single target. Who, if it was otherwise close up, I'd probably have him dead a lot faster if he wasn't walking. If he was just standing there and right from him and not moving at all. So that's the problem with this build. That's why it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I mean, you have crits underneath it, so you're not like completely powerless, but you're gonna be going for headshots the whole time. You're gonna burn through ammo and not even kill your target. So yeah, I think I would rather run probably focus with this and then just put a couple of stability mods on it. I mean, when your target's standing still like that, yeah, no problem, right? You know, that was the ideal distance, ideal target, just standing there. He was confident. He's like, I could take the heat. What's up, Larry? Senor Cummings. Morning, Simon. Yeah, I have a baker's dozen hiding around here somewhere on one of these characters. And I don't think I have the CQB, but I think I have an M1A Classic with. Actually, I used it. That's right, I did use it in the. That's a good one. And the Slaughter 2.0 as my secondary weapon. So it was an M1A Classic with in sync, and I was using it for distance shots, basically. It's a backup weapon. Yeah, but it hits hard. It works really good at, you know, when you got that enemy that's pretty playing deep and he's a pain in the ass, and you know, whip through that thing. Because I was using the Kingbreaker as a primary, and it wasn't the Kingbreaker, it was a TKB. Yeah, so if you were, this is a great weapon. There's nothing wrong with the weapon. I just wouldn't run it with braced. I would rather just put a couple of weapon handling mods and fine tune it. Probably no more, 2 or 3, no more, because the event's going to give you weapon handling, so you're going to be all right with that. But yeah, you got to try the 1886. I hope you guys at least give those a try. I mean, I like the idea of them from the get-go. And then ever since I picked them up, I like them. And they were, of course, they were difficult to start as you know, dealing with the reload and the 5 rounds and the handling. And then you just become accustomed to it, and then you get really good at it. That's the development. Hey, Jeffrey. So, you know, but if you never pick up the 1886, or if you don't give it a real, you know, shot, and then you pick it up and then put it back down, you're just not going to get good at it. But it's my favorite rifle in the game, and this is how I run it. I run it with preservation, 20% armor on kill, and I don't run it with the setup. I run it with usually like the Walker chest, right? Perfect headhunter, and then I don't run it with that. I usually run the punch drunk mask, and then the memento. It's just like how we're running it. So we already ran this build, so you'd have to scrub back to watch this video. But that's basically what we ran earlier. Basically, we had 1.3 million armor, or 1.1 million armor. Actually, we dropped down to 1.1 million armor, because you're constantly getting 20% armor on kill, plus bonus armor, plus 3% armor regen. So you don't need this much armor. But when the event comes on, you can and you should, because what else are you gonna do? You're gonna have so much damage. You know what I mean? You're gonna have so much damage coming out of this upcoming event that you might as well run the extra armor, I'm telling you. I mean, we're gonna be running, I'm gonna show you, we're gonna be running that tip of spear build, and we're gonna be one tapping everything. The tip of spear build that I ran this morning, if you guys didn't watch that stream, watch it. It's gonna, I guarantee you, I'm gonna talk you into loving a 1.8 million armor, 1.7 million armor tip of spear build. A single trophy gets you 1.1 million in bonus armor, a single trophy. And the armor regen was insane. I think we were pulling, depending on your weapon, like, what did we say? It was like 120, 160% armor regen per second, depending on your weapon. And what I mean is, are you running preservation or not? So if you're not running preservation, it was like 50 to 60,000 armor regen per second. Just sitting there, right? Just sitting there off the memento. And then you're getting bonus armor on top of that. It's just crazy. It's a crazy build. I love that build. Absolutely love that build. That's called the Mexican. And so I'll drop a link for you guys for those who haven't tried it out yet, but the Mexican is amazing. So here, I'll type it in here. I'm dropping it now. Just give me a second. So this is definitely a build for the event. It works without the event, and we ran it today, and I showed how great it was today, and that was this morning stream. So, but for the event, it gets a big boost. You know what I mean? It's like you're basically invincible. You know, you're really hard to kill because you are running through those clouds of green smoke that is giving you better weapon handling. That's giving you better. More damage. It heals you too, and so you're constantly in that smoke. The only downside of the smoke is it will destroy your skills. So if you have a decoy or a fixer drone and you run through that cloud, it'll deteriorate your skills like an oxy. So you know, but all of these builds that we're showing today, like you'll be able to tinker with and armor them up when the event comes in. And some of the builds that we used for the last event, also the here, I'll paste this one too. The KSG shoddy build that we ran for Golden Bullet will also be a build. Try this one too. Will also be a build for the next event. And so we were running 1.5 million armor on that one in Golden Bullet, and it's gonna basically be the same thing. So you can get more headshot damage, you can be able to one tap name bosses and all that other fun stuff. So those are two really good builds that I'm definitely gonna be running. We're also gonna run the no scope. We haven't gotten into that one yet, but the no scope White Death, you've seen me do it before, so we're gonna do that. So but today, this is what we did today. We did the 1886 build, and it basically looked like what you're looking at here. We just had a little bit less armor. And then we also did this build, which was amazing. And we cycled through all the pistols, the D50, the Liberty. The Liberty synergizes the best though, because it heals your shield. And we're going for headshot kills, okay? So we're going for headshot kills, but every now and again we're gonna miss, and we're gonna get stacks. We're gonna heal his shield, but we got riot foam. So if you're bad at headshots, this is for you. Because it basically, you can hold them still with the riot foam. You can take damage as you're aligning your shot. And then the shield actually gets over 12 million in health. So it's a pretty strong shield. And you're one tapping named bosses with this one also. So this is a good starter build for everybody, but it's also a really fun one, even if you're an advanced player, because it puts everything on easy mode. Even bosses become really easy because you're riot foaming them. And yeah, we don't have shit for duration, but trust me, what is this thing? 7.8 seconds. You have 8 seconds. You got this guy in 8 seconds. You have enough time to kill him. with a one-shot, one-kill build. And even if you don't kill him in one shot, that's 8 seconds of pounding him with your Liberty in the forehead. So this is a good build. And then you got more ammo. You got 4 ammo, and that's why we're running the technician specialization, so we get more ammo there. So I'm not even sure I was running the right one. Yeah, I was. Okay. So this is really fun. So this is where we started, and we cycled through all of these. And then we went to the 1886, and then we tested, not tested, but we were demonstrating the police MK17. So this is it goes M1A, M1A CQB, police MK17 or MK17. I'm not sure if the police variant's the strongest, but I just don't remember. But MK17, right? And we ran it with steady hands and focus, basically, and then Cheska. I'm sorry, and then the Coyote mask. So no, we didn't run the memento, mostly because we were playing so deep. I just and with crits, and so I feel like you can go either way though. You can go with the memento if you want to. It's a great alternative. But I liked how when you're playing deep with the Coyote, that it really cuts down on your crits, on how many crits you have to put on your build. So, and then we went to the USC, and this was amazing. So I like to run the USC with a scope, as you can see, and I like to run it with steady hands and then focus on the chest. And this one will surprise you on how much you might like it. 420 RPMs is faster than the Merciless. And then steady hands gives you 100% accuracy and stability. And you basically, when you get to about 30%, you're going for nothing but headshots because you're just a laser beam. So, but I also run that on the Police MK, as you can see. I run the Police MK the same way. So steady hands with the scope, and then I run focus for damage. So these are the same build, just different gun, basically. The artist tool, I find that is better with focus for me, and then you're kind of overpowered with it. So that gives you some flexibility to add more weapon handling on your attributes instead of more headshot damage or whatever, crit damage. So this is going to give you 66% weapon damage, but I don't like running it with braced. And so I like the focus. And so, because if you run it with a brace, that's restricting you to pure headshots off of the build to get that peak damage. And then you end up missing a lot of headshots, and then you end up running out of ammo. And so focus gives you power without the headshots. You just have to be in scope, and then perfect rifleman, it just is like bonus damage. So, which is really nice when you come up against like one of these heavy bosses, or a chunga, or a rogue, or a a hunter. That's I use I have a hunter. I use it as a hunter killer back in the day because it's so nice because you can play deep and just shred them with headshots because they're really tanky. So that's fun. So that's how I like to run it. And then I would just spread the weapon handling probably through mods. I would use the mods, which I did here. And then I'd still run the 8x scope because I'd run focus. So this is how I'd run it. And then I'd put a couple of weapon handling mods to balance it out. But it doesn't bounce very much. It's actually a very steady weapon. So don't overkill it with your weapon handling on this one. It's a very steady weapon. It's the CQB. So SIG. It's a SIG. So good, really good weapon. So that's what we just got done doing. So, and that's actually where I'm gonna leave it for today. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Also, remember that new playlist came out this morning, so hopefully you guys check that out. The gamer music playlist. So links should be in the community page. I did put, so make sure you have your notifications turned on YouTube, because I sent out the links so that you can get access. But you know where to go. Just go to the members playlist on YouTube, and that's all the stuff is waiting there for you. So anyways, but good job. Shout out to Jeffrey Adams for getting his way to level 40 from 16 to 19 and jumped to level 40. Good job, man. Just Freezy's like, I'm gonna farm all over the place. You got a whole week, Mill. You got a whole week to farm for all of these builds. You know, pick 3 or 4. I recommend like 1 shotgun build, definitely 1 pistol build. Okay, just go for 1 pistol build. And some of these builds can be the same. The one build that you can carry, like if you're proficient, okay, the one build that you can do a lot with is like the Hunter's Fury version, the Blitz build, which is what I sent you in that link, the KSG shotgun one. So that one you can just easily swap into your pistol and now you got a pistol build. So Hunter's Fury can be a shotgun build or it can be a one-shot pistol build, and just, you know, just swap out the chest piece basically. Everything else would stay the same. So that's one build you should definitely run because it's really easy to make. And then Tip of Spear one is fun. Actually, Tip of Spear is all time, so I recommend a Tip of Spear, the Mexican build, the one called the Mexican, because that's going to go for way beyond the event also. But it's a good one to break out during the event and kind of get practice with it and see how powerful it can be. So a body shot rifle build, oh my god. I don't know if I could do that. I don't know if my hands work that way. My head doesn't, Simon. Like a breadbasket one, basically. Breadbasket's not a bad talent. I've thought about it with the M16, but I just can't get a handle on that M16. I mean, basically any of them can be focus is a body shot one too. Just because you're running focus doesn't mean you have to hit them in the head, right? But just was saying that one that particularly goes for the body. You know, one could be you might say the Ravenous, right? Because the Ravenous is such a fucking horrible gun, like. But it is powerful, like if you you know, build up those stacks, and it's easier to shoot at the body because you're switching shoulders all the time and you're just all over the place. You know, that could be a body shot weapon too. I'm still trying to figure out that gun on like how do I make this gun so that I like it and not want to blow my own brains out when I use it because it's so lame. But I mean, I guess the only way to play into the body would really to look at the talents and see, you know, which one. But even breadbasket is technically a headshot one, right? It's like body, body, head, body, 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 head. So let's see here. Recal library, rifles. Because crits doesn't require headshots, so you could just say a crit build's a body build. Any of these are too. Killer. Breadbasket, but breadbasket's specific, so that'd be one. Landing body shots adds a stack bonus of 35% headshot damage to the next headshot for 10 seconds. Max seconds 3. So it's a quasi, right? It's half body, half head. Preservation's a headshot one because you want that 20% armor kill. Optimus doesn't care. Strain doesn't work. Any of these would work. Flatline, Rifleman's headshots. Ranger's kind of a mix. You don't want to do too many headshots with Ranger because you're playing so deep. If you are playing in the max distance, then you're going to miss so much. You're going to run out of ammo because you got a small target, even if you got more power. So you do want to go like head, head, or body, body, head, body, 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 head kind of thing with that. So, but a lot of these can swing that way, like Lucky Shot can. Obviously Boomerang. It's just crit based, so. But the funny thing is this is that next week it's all about headshots, right? It's all about headshots. But we'll see what we come up with. All right, everybody. I'll catch you later, man. Have a good night. Thanks for kicking it with me.
Tuxedo out.
Flows, and that's how it goes.